So, welcome back students. So, how are you? So, after a very long break, so how did you do your exams? I have not seen your papers yet, so hope to see you soon. But only 31 students have written. Many students have not written the paper. Okay. Is there any specific reason? Many have not attended. That were online students also. So, mobile. Any specific reasons? So, all of you are preparing for your prelims examination as such, is it? So, very keen in preparing for prelims examination. So, we do have some 5 mains examination also. Like, also try to write it down. So, I will see the answers. Then we will have a session how to write these answers exactly. So, it will be better for you also, right? So, if you have not written and also have not seen the question paper, please write it. Please write it. Only 31 has written, so others have not written the examination like PSIR paper. I want every one of you to write it. Right. So it has been a long time. So actually we are in political ideologies. Hope all of you are following it. Right. So let me start with some basic questions. Let me know whether you are still into it. What are the 3 basic ideologies of the world? 3 basic ideologies of the world. Anyone? Does anyone want to answer this question? No. 3 basic ideologies of the world, which we already discussed. Seriously, no one want to answer this? Anyone? What are the 3 basic ideologies of the world? Liberalism, Marxism, yes please. Okay. Actually it is in front of you. See, what we actually dub it as, forget Marxism, let's use the word socialism, bringing back the past as is right, predominantly. Okay. So basically conservatism is not in our syllabus. Okay, it is not in our syllabus, so it will not be tested, and the question is not come in conservatism, but since fascism is in your syllabus, and we will also be discussing a lot about religious fundamentalism like Hindutva and all the other things in your paper 1 section B and also in your paper 2. Okay, when we will be discussing about international relations, Islamofascism and other things that is there. For a little bit of knowledge about international relations, this knowledge of conservatism is important. So I thought let me take some 20 minutes to discuss what is conservatism, and then we will go to fascism, that we will understand fascism much better. Okay, because conservatism is the mother of all these doctrines, whether it's a nationalism or whether it's fascism or any other political ideology for that matter, which has some kind of right-wing lineage, whether it's a Hindutva for that matter. Okay, any kind of right-wing lineages, conservatism is the mother of all those political ideologies. Okay. So already we saw liberalism, we extensively saw liberalism and extensively as Marxism. I think I took almost 6 hours for Marxism, isn't it? 6 hours. Online students, please wait. Until now I have not got the mobile number. Once I get the mobile number, I'll let you know the number. Okay. So we have extensively discussed about the Marxism, that is socialism, and the liberalism. Now going into the other important ideology, fascism, we will know a little bit about conservatism. Right. Before going into the slides, tell me, what is the basic essence of conservatism? The terminology itself says conserve, right? But what they try to conserve, what is the logic? What is the logic behind such a conservation? And what they try to conserve? Yes, please. Anyone of you. What they try to basically conserve? See, forget all the things of the 3 weeks, what is left of prelims, come back to the political science, what we have discussed some 3 weeks back. So, what they try to conserve ideally, what is the very ideology of conserving things, guys? Sorry? Patriarchal society. Okay. You are sounding like a true feminist, is it? Right, see, we will put it very simply. Politics, see, everything you have to understand with the European history. That is the reason we extensively took the European history from the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th century. Hope all of you would remember how the European history panned out, the different movements, the movements of rationality that came into Europe. Okay, so everything we discussed, hope all of you remember that. So slowly and steadily, with the advent of lot of theories of liberalism, the ideas of rationality, the ideas of a liberal mind, all these things, there are some people who always doesn't want to follow all these things, the new ideas, okay, the new ideas that has come suddenly, okay, the ideas of a liberal mind, the ideas of a tolerant individual, the ideals of a left-leaning changing society, changing social order. There are few people who always believed in that it is a basic common sense to obey and follow or conserve the social order. It's a basic common sense. Understood? It's a kind of a common sense. If we ask them what is a common sense, they would say, see, my father was doing the same thing, my mother was doing the same thing, my ancestors were doing the same thing. So, if I'm going to drastically differ from what my ancestors have been doing for thousands of years, I think I am going into a zone of complete insecurity, according to them. Why you want to put yourselves in a zone of insecurity? So they would say it's a basic common sense to follow the traditions. It's a basic common sense. Understood? They would say it's a kind of a small attitude of mind. So I want to follow the tradition. Why I want to follow the tradition? Why I want to follow? Why I have to conserve the traditions? The answer is very, very simple. Because it has not been developed by one person or does not emanate from the individual mind as such. It has come as a contribution of the total society. And it has not come in 1 or 2 centuries. It has come as a product of thousands of years, 2000 years. Understood? That is what our tradition is. Everyone has their own tradition. You have your tradition. I have my tradition. So whether it's a Hindu tradition, whatever it is, a Tamil tradition, or your own local tradition which you are speaking about, you are eulogizing about. So these people would say it's a basic common sense because it has not been developed by one person or one political thinker or one person at one point of time, but it has been developed by hundreds, thousands, lakhs and crores of people together, not at one point of time but across centuries together. So that is more valuable than some ideas of liberty, equality or any kind of a social change which one person like Marx would have thought, or the people like a communist would have went behind Marx to realize that ideal. They said this is much common sense, which more logical. So they say we want to conserve the social order which our ancestors created. Okay, they are not against the social change, but they would say yes, we like to conserve the social order, the good things in the social order, the authority and all the things that is there. Otherwise, the small changes they accepted, but they do not want to change the complete society which the liberals at that point of time during the 19th and 20th century wanted, all the left people, the so-called today's socialists wanted to create. Okay, so conservatism, they defend conservatism of conserving the society, the traditions based on the simple logic which they call as common sense. You understood? Right, with this small introduction, now let's go into conservatism. Online students, please wait. I have not got the mobile number yet. I will give you. Right. What are the basic tenets of conservatism? Hope all of you remember the basic tenets of liberalism, socialism, all these things we already discussed. I think it was also tested in the question paper. I hope all of you wrote it. I hope all of you memorize it now. By heart you will be knowing this now. The basic tenets of liberalism is nothing but a kind of reason, they would say, liberty, freedom, okay, a multi-party democracy. These are the basic tenets of liberalism. They will not generally accept any kind of an authority, any kind of obedience without questioning it, without asking for a reason, without applying the rational mind. That is how a liberal mindset was and is. Okay, application of a rational mind. Application of a rational mind to ask for reasons. Tell me the reason why it is so. That is how a liberal mind generally works. But what is the basic tenet of a conservative mind? Okay, conservatism, different forms of conservatism. Every society have their own forms of conservatism. In our India, have all religions have their own conservative political ideology, whether it's a Hindutva or any Islamic or any other religious political parties, or even the caste parties or Tamil nationalist parties, where they try to preserve their own defined tradition as such. Okay, so there are many variants of conservative political philosophies, basically. Many variants of conservative political philosophies. The conservative political philosophy leads to nationalist political philosophies. Highly right-wing conservative political philosophies lead to fascism, which we'll see a little bit later. Right? But all these conservative political philosophies or political ideologies, in a sense, have some basic tenets as common. Okay, that is why I listed it. This is common to all kind of variants of conservative political ideologies, all tenets, right? All forms of it. What are they? First one is human imperfection. All of them defend traditions. All of them believe in an organic society. All of them believe in natural hierarchies, and everyone believe in private property to provide them security. Okay. Sometimes you can argue, so the private properties also overlaps with the basic tenets of a liberal mindset. Okay, even for liberal mindset, they will use a private property. These things you should always know. The conservatives will also support private property. The liberals will also support private property. Whereas the socialists will not support private property. All these things you should always have in mind. But the logic of supporting private property is two different things in conservatism and liberalism. In liberalism, they see private property as a product of their merit. As a product of their merit. Because of the merit, I want this private property, so why shouldn't I have it? That's their logic, that's their reason. But in case of conservative mindset, they support private property because they believe private property gives them security, a sense of security. Only if there is a sense of security, I can take risks in life. Correct? See, that is their common sense. They say it's a common sense. See, if I am going to do a lot of risk in life, suddenly I am going to leave a job. I am going to go towards my ambition. If I have nothing, okay, then I will fear about my family, fear about my future. But if I have some private property, okay, which I believe, okay, I have some private property, even if I cannot do a business or even I cannot succeed my ambition, I can rent it, and through rent I can live life. Okay, I can get at least some 10,000 per month rent or something, so that it will give some security to my life. Based on the security, I will love to take a lot of risks. Understood? So the logic of the private property is different in these two philosophies. All these things you will see one by one. Okay, so what are the basic tenets? One is human imperfection, another one is defend traditions, organic society, natural hierarchy, and private property, guys. Now, human imperfection. As O. Sulaimanov put it, conservatism is essentially a philosophy of imperfect mind. Okay, it's a philosophy of imperfect mind. Simply put it, it says no human being is perfect. No human being is perfect. The rational liberal ideology believes that human beings are rational creatures. They can take rational decisions. Okay, in politics or economics, anything that is there, they believe that the human being is capable of taking rational decisions. Correct? Do you remember? Right? But this ideology would say, see, how can you believe one person to be extremely rational? Because you are a product of the society and the product of the culture that you have brought about. There are a lot of other interrelation factors that is there. So, thinking about your mind as completely perfect, completely rational, it's a kind of a utopia that will not be happen. So, it's like no human being is perfect, they are always imperfect. So, they will ideally would say, if you are an imperfect human being, If you understand, accept that you are completely imperfect, then what you will ideally do? What you will be ideally doing? You will be following the traditions. You will be following what your father says. You will be following what your ancestor says. You will be following what your leader says. You will obey them. Because you accept and understand that you are not that rational. Okay? You will automatically follow some kind of an authority. Some kind of established authority. Okay? For example, your caste leader, religious leader, whoever that is there, a kind of a natural leadership that has evolved in a society, you accept and follow that natural leadership. Because for you, you accept that this natural leadership is a product of the progress of the society. Correct? Progress of society. So, you accept that I am imperfect. So, if I am extremely imperfect, what is the more logical thing to do? Fall back on traditions. Follow the natural leadership that exists in the society. Obey the orders. Understood? That is how. So, it is a philosophy of imperfect mind, as they say. Right? It believes that human reason is not sufficient enough to understand the whole world. Okay? It is not human reason cannot understand the whole world. In the first place, human beings are thought to be psychologically limited and dependent creatures. Very, very important. So, conservatism believes that you are dependent. Every human being is dependent on some other human being. So, you cannot understand by reason single-handedly as an individual. Okay, you cannot be 100% be an individual and conquer this world. That is not going to be possible. So, you are psychologically dependent creature. Hence, social order is very important than freedom. Again, as I told you, the catchword is common sense. Okay, so the common sense is very simple. So, if you are psychologically dependent creature, so what you will generally follow? A social order. You will not be asking for a lot of freedom. Individual freedom, individual give me freedom, I will do this, I will do that. You will not be asking it. Why you will not be asking it? Because you are imperfect, you are a dependent creature. So, technically, you will believe in a lot of social order which is naturally present in our society. Any doubt in this case? See, I always advocate that you understand the subject better. And as I already told you, hope all of you would have read that 375 page booklet. How many of you read that for the exam? You read it? That 375 page booklet which I sent in the PDF form. It's a particular topic. Start reading it, not only my PPTs. That is much better than my PPTs. Okay. This PPTs is only for final revision so that you can write the exams very easily. Okay. So, all the points would be here. Important points will be there in the PPTs, but once you start reading the 375 page that I have compiled from more than some 15 books, all famous books I have compiled. And even today I was reading in the morning and it is excellently compiled. It's really excellently compiled. Okay. So, all the important points coherently I would have compiled to explain every topic in a more detailed manner what I have come with this PPT. Okay. So, once you start reading, no other book is required, right? Okay. So, first one is human imperfection, the next one is different traditions. In the broadest sense, tradition encompasses anything that is passed down by the past to present. Okay. It depends upon the ideology to ideology, variance of ideology to ideology. For example, a Tamil nationalist who want to conserve kind of a Tamil tradition would say only those traditions that is passed on by the Tamil ancestors. That is how they will defend. Okay. Or for example, a Hindu conservatist, okay, Hindutva ideology. It's a kind of a typical variant of conservative philosophy. Right? They would say only about those traditions that is passed on from some kind of a Hindu ancestors. So, anything that is passed on from the past, anything from long-standing customs and practices to an institution, political or social system or value or set of beliefs that can be regarded as a tradition. I have already told you what is the logic of defending tradition is because of the human imperfection and what they call it as common sense. Okay. The logic is very, very simple. One individual mind cannot create a whole society. One individual mind cannot. So if anyone aspires or if anyone says that, like a Karl Marx or someone says, don't believe them. According to conservative mindset, don't believe them. It's a common sense. You cannot create it. Okay, you cannot create it. It's a simple common sense, because thousands of ancestors have done. They have created the tradition. The tradition is not created by one person. It has been created by thousands, lakhs and lakhs of ancestors. So that is more potent than an idea that is emerging from one individual mind, says this conservative philosophy, right? Organic society. Okay. See, for the conservatives, society has is knit as a whole. Everyone is dependent on every other individual. Okay. You cannot speak only about the part isolately and say, this is what I need. Everyone is needed. Everything. This society is like that. Okay. It's a kind of an organic society that we are living in. In a society where natural leadership emerges, the leadership is important. Okay. Certain institutions have heard that institution is important. Only because of those institutions, because only the leadership, all the other things, all human beings that is there, that culture and everything that the society has developed over the years knits this society as an organic society. Okay. It is completely opposite to the thought process of a liberal mindset. But this concept of organic society will overlap with the idealist political philosophy, okay, which we have not discussed. Idealist political philosophy we have not discussed. This is not in the syllabus, so we have not discussed that. Okay, so it will overlap with some kind of idealism, a little bit kind of fascism, the concept of organic society. When we come to the fascism also, I will discuss the same organic society concept, right? So it implies that they do not and cannot exist outside the society, but desperately need to belong and have roots in the society. Okay, even socialists will believe in this kind of a organic society, but with a small difference. Okay, they will not believe in the culture and all the other things the society has created. Rather, they would say the social relationship is more important, so give value to the social relationship. But they would go further and say not just social relationship is important, other cultures and traditions which the society has built all these years is also important. Okay, but the concept of organic society also overlaps a little bit with socialism. All these things always keep in mind. So the individual cannot be separated from society, but as part of the social groups that nurture him or her. Okay. This social group is defined by one political party to another political party in a different way. Do you understand? So again, the same example, if you are just going for a Tamil nationalist or a Hindutva nationalist, they will define the social group differently. Okay, so they will say organic Hindu society, organic Tamil society, a Tamil community. Understood? That is how they will try to define. Right? Natural hierarchies. This is not all versions of conservatism will not accept this natural hierarchies, but the dominant versions of conservatism that is there in the British traditions generally accept natural hierarchies, and our own Hindutva conservative philosophy also accepts natural hierarchies. We go to a further and accept the caste hierarchy. Now you would be reading in newspapers how lot of BJP cadres and RSS cadres now supporting the natural caste hierarchies and Varnashrama Dharma, the Manu Dharma that has been created by our own ancestors. A lot of controversy now is going on newspapers. Hope all of you reading it. Because this Varnashrama Dharma, the caste hierarchy has been the product of Hindu society. Okay, our own Indian society for the past 2000 years or something like that. So they support this now. Okay. So most of the conservative philosophies will accept this natural hierarchies. Most of the very few conservative philosophies will not accept it. Okay. Right. Inequality is an inevitable feature of an organic society, not merely a consequence of individual differences. Right. So most of the people, even our own Mahatma Gandhi, believed in Varnashrama Dharma. We will see it in Mahatma Gandhi's ideology when it comes. He said it is very natural. Okay, it is very natural the division of the society into a Brahmana, a Kshatriya, or the Vaishya, the Shudra is very natural. Okay, and in initial years, Gandhi purely believed in even natural hierarchy among caste system. But the only thing Gandhi wanted even at that time is, he believed in the natural hierarchies, but he did not want untouchability to be practiced between one caste group and another caste group. Okay, and in later years of Gandhi's life, Gandhi said caste is anachronism, but he believes in Varnashrama Dharma. That was last stand. Okay, so he believed in the natural hierarchy that has been created by Varnashrama Dharma, that is there inherent in Indian society. Right. Just as the brain, the heart and the liver all perform very different functions within the body, various classes and groups have their own specific roles. Okay. So every group, every class is required. Typical conservative mind. I'll give you an example to explain this. When I was reading, there was a lot of discussion, and immediately I was left, so I always used to say about how to abolish all these class society and all these things. Immediately one of the students stood up and asked, if you want to abolish all classes, then who will work for us? Who will be working those menial jobs? Okay. And he argued and said, you need class divisions, you need groups of people who want to do a lot of menial jobs. Only then we can survive. If they are not doing that jobs, then we cannot survive happily. This is a simple common mindset that most of the people has. Okay. They think that these class groups is because of a natural division, natural selection, a process of natural selection. See, I can work better, I go up in the life. Few people cannot work better, they are on the lower ladder. What is the problem with you? It's a natural selection, it's a part of natural selection. This natural hierarchy, these people would say, it is needed. Only if you have some people who are in the lower rung of the society, they can do menial jobs. Only then the people in the upper section of the society can live happily. So this natural order, don't try to abolish it. This is good for the functioning of the society. Beliefs, conservative philosophy. Many people, if you interrogate yourself, many people would be having this kind of a belief in natural setup. What is wrong in it? Okay, many people would be having it. This is a basic philosophy behind natural hierarchy, that is conservatism, right? Authority develops naturally in society and must be respected. I already told you, caste leadership, religious leadership that is there. Okay, so immediately see what was when Ambedkar writes. Ambedkar found a criticism of Indian president. What was the criticism? He said very simply, see, you became an Indian president, and what is the first thing you do? You go to religious leaders, you fall in the feet of the religious leaders and get their blessings, and it has been highly put in all the media's newspaper with the photos in the next day morning. So what kind of symbolism it gives? Ask Ambedkar. Okay, so you worship, being a democratic country, being a president of such a big democratic country, you worship a natural leadership hierarchy based on your religion. So indirectly you show this country belongs to Hindus. Okay, so I am against it, wrote Ambedkar. So it's a kind of a natural tendency to people to accept this natural hierarchy and authority that is there in the society. How much ever democratic society we try to build up. Okay, India has been now 73, 74 years of democracy, we say. Okay, even then 75 years of democracy, whatever it is, even then we can find that natural leaders based on religion or caste have a very, very strong hold in Indian society. Don't we? Okay, we see it. Nothing but the philosophy of conservatism. They would say, conservatives would say, these things you cannot negate. These things you cannot negate. You have to accept it. This is how the society is, and this is how even politics should be. Okay, accept natural hierarchy, go with it. Right? Defend property. Conservatives also hold that property has a range of psychological and social advantages. It provides security. Okay, as I already told you, the logic by which a conservative man defends private property is different by which the logic by which a liberal man defends a private property. Okay, in an uncertain and unpredictable world, property ownership gives people a sense of confidence and assurance, something to fall back on. Okay, Property ownership also promotes a range of important social values. Right. So, these are the most important tenets of conservatism. Any doubt in this case? Conservatism. Yeah, this is not in our syllabus, so I have not brought any previous year question for conservatism because there weren't any previous year question. But it is very important for your understanding. Three basic ideologies of world. Certain books, for example, Andrew Haywood would say the three basic ideologies is liberalism, socialism, and idealism. Okay, he will not add a conservatism as the basic ideology, but certain books would say liberalism, socialism, and conservatism. I believe conservatism is the more logical thing than go with idealism, so I have brought this very important as an important ideology. Any doubt in this? Any doubt in this? Can we proceed further? Right, 1 minute. Okay. Now we will move into fascism. Okay. One of the other most important ideologies that is there in our syllabus. But only one question has come till date. Nothing against the state, nothing over it, nothing beyond it. Mussolini, we would see it. What is fascism? We have to understand, as I already told you, everything in the context at which it is made generally. Fascism, again, is a product of history. It's a product of history. It emerged in a specific historical context. Fascism emerged in a specific historical context around 1920s, 1930s, not just in Italy or Germany, almost everywhere in Europe and also in Latin America, in Japan. Okay, everywhere some kind or versions of fascism came into being. Okay, all of us know Mussolini and Hitler. We generally do not know about a Peron of Argentina or a leader in Spain or leaders in Japan who also had some kind of fascist tendencies inside them. So it's a kind of a historical tendency that emerged, at least we could say, between the two world wars, World War I and World War II. Okay, the sandwiched between the two world wars, basically all places it emerged. So what is the reason, guys? What is the reason? Before going into the basic tenets of fascism, all of you would be knowing who is the Mussolini, who is the Hitler. Even though you do not know his ideology, their ideology in totality, you would be knowing something about Hitler and Mussolini. So I need not explain a lot about Hitler and Mussolini. I did not take time. All of you would be knowing them. So tell me, what is the historical context? What is that historical context that made fascism to develop? Anyone? Anyone? Please. As usual, no one wants to answer this also. Yes, please. Okay, that's a specific reason for Germany. Accepted. The similar kind of reason was there also in Italy also. They felt that they have been undone. Okay, all these things are specific reasons. But I told you, fascism developed all over Europe and all over the world, all over the same time. Okay, sandwiched between two world wars. Forget the two world wars. If that is misleading, then we'll put it after 1920s or something like that. Now think, what could be the exact reason? After the unification of Italy and Germany, okay, right. Again, That is some kind of a specific to Hitler and Mussolini that you are speaking about. What is in common in general? Okay, that is specific reasons, but across Europe it developed, not just in one particular region. Just think again, go back to the historical context and read what are the other two great ideologies during that time. What are the other two great ideologies during that time? Think, I see. I am going to tell you, with respect to PSIR, you need to think a little bit before writing. Think a little bit. All questions will be like that. Just a fraction of a second you have to think. Then it becomes easier for you to comprehend the answer, but write it much better. See, what is the simple logic behind it? There were two great movements. What were they? Socialism and liberalism. Let's put it this way. Socialism. Mobile இல்லையா? Sure. Right. Tell about the two basic ideologies that was there, or the movement that was there. Little bit about it. Think. Okay, let us put it this way. The world has moved a long way from how the world looked in 200 years. Okay, long way. So there are also good and bad things in it. Capitalism exploited the whole world. Okay. There are people who enjoyed because of their exploitation, only few people. So in reaction to capitalism came communism or socialism. But not everywhere communism, socialism could create a great impact. Okay. Even though 1917 Russian Revolution came, even before that there were no many takers to communism or socialism. Only after 1917, I would say, and after probably during the Stalinist period of 1925, 1930, the world actually started to take socialism very seriously. Okay, socialism is a kind of an ideology which could actually transform the society. Till then, a lot of criticism was there over socialism also. But this is a simple, as I already told you, simple common sense for the people who believe that the society has changed a lot to fall back on traditions. It's a simple common sense. Okay. They see the society has changed a lot in 200 years. They see a lot of movements which want liberty, equality, class groups, socialism, abolition of private property, everything everywhere. Lot of newly established political philosophies everywhere comes out, which is questioning the tradition that is there in their own way. Socialists question the tradition in their own way. Liberals question the tradition in their own way. So it is a natural tendency to the people who believed in tradition to unite among themselves, to conserve the tradition. It's a natural tendency, and that tendency happened all over Europe, and fascism is one expression of it. Simple expression of those people who did not believe in both capitalism and socialism. Fascism in essence is anti-capitalist, is anti-communist, anti-socialist. They were actually against all kind of those established political traditions that was there. Because why? The answer is very simple. Because they thought there are so many of changes that has happened in 200 years, but the common man is still suffering. Why the common man is still suffering? Because he has forgotten the tradition. Because he has forgotten the glory of the nation. Because he has forgotten the glory of our own past. That is the reason the people are suffering. Forget liberalism, forget Marxism, whatever it is. We are suffering. Okay. The same thing you can see in a lot of our own politicians today in Tamil Nadu, in India, correct? We are suffering. That is what told by Hitler. That was told by Mussolini. They used it. You have so many movements here. Liberal movement, you have socialist movement, communist movement, so many movements. Social democracy, many variants of socialism. Everything has come. Okay, many variants of liberalism, everything has come, but what has changed? Nothing has changed. The poor is poor. Okay, why the poor is poor? Because he has forgotten the glory of their nation. He has not obeyed. Okay, so do it. Follow the conserve the tradition. Go back to the past. Simple logic. So that is the reason fascism was a fashion. Okay, everyone, when Mussolini gave lot of slogans, believe, obey, fight. Okay, like he gave a lot of slogans, we will see. Everyone was attracted towards Mussolini and Hitler. It is not that completely new. That was something that was there some 200 years, 300 years, but the world has forgotten it. So Mussolini started to say, we were ruling the world some years ago. Romans were ruled the world. We ruled the world. We forgot everything. We went to new movements like liberalism, Marxism, communism, socialism, all these things, and we also lost our glory. It is simple logic. So now go back to the past, believe in this glory of Roman nation, obey it, fight for it, you can regain their past glory. Said Mussolini, everyone followed him. You understood? The same thing with Hitler also. Aryan supremacy, the purified Aryan race, the same Aryan race, the so-called Aryan race of all the North Indians supposedly in India. That is how the Dravidian and the Aryan race, hope all of you know. Today there is no racial theory, they say Aryan is not a race but it is a linguistic community. Hope all of you know this. Today the racist theory of Aryans is not been accepted. Aryans is nothing but a linguistic community according to new ethnographers. Right? Forget it. But at that point of time, Aryans were considered as a race. So, supremacy, purity of Aryan race. Who took this in hand? Hitler. Okay. So, he wanted to establish the Aryan race, which is the most superior race all over the world. Okay. So came the Second World War. Okay. So everyone took some concept, some aspect in their hand, they glorified it. And they said, we are suffering because we have actually forgotten all the other. Okay. Online students, the number is 9600 Online student, the number is 9600 So if you have any doubt, immediately then and there ask me. The rule is put your name and PSIR at the top so that I can understand this is for political science and international relations. Right. Okay. So we'll proceed further. So this is the historical context at which fascism developed. Fascism stands for a doctrine, ideology or a set of principles underlying the movement founded in Italy by Benito Mussolini. Okay. See, fascism, even Nazism is being considered. Nazism is a movement that is started by Adolf Hitler. Okay. But we consider theoretically Nazism as a variant of fascism, almost the same. Okay. So once I say fascism, Nazism of Hitler also comes inside it. Okay, I do not say it separately. Both are single ideology. Both are single ideology. Okay. For this purpose, he combined his fasci of workers, that is small groups organized to bring about revolutionary changes in the political structure of Italy into a fascity. What happens is, the story goes like this. During the First World War, the small group of people called as fascity, okay, they formed a small organization in some name and they wanted Italy to enter into the First World War. Okay. And Mussolini ran that organization, and Mussolini also entered war. Okay. And within 2 years, Mussolini gets injured and he takes bed rest for some 6 months or so, and he comes back into active politics. And by 1919 election, supposedly this group of fascisti loses the election. So Mussolini comes back with the same name with a different political party. I'll show the photo of the party, flag of this party. This is the flag of the party. This is the third political party that Mussolini has started by 1940, flag of the third political party. This is one of the second political party which Mussolini has started somewhere in 1919. Okay, so 1919 the real fascist movement starts. So initial ideology of fascist movement, they were not extremely against liberalism or against socialism. Okay, but slowly and steadily into 1920s, 1925 or something like that, they went completely against liberalism, completely against socialism, completely against Marxism. They had their own variant of socialism, which I am not discussing it here, okay, because I thought it is irrelevant. So their own variant of socialism, right. So this is what a Fasci is all about. You can see this. This signified the Roman power. Initially, in the earlier days, when the Roman emperor is coming, all the soldiers before the Roman emperor used to carry this, a axe. Before the axe, there will be lot of wooden rods, and the wooden rods would be wound by a red cord. This is red in color. Okay, red cord. This is some kind of a symbol of public authority that was used by the Roman emperors. Okay, so this person Mussolini, in all his political parties, he actually founded 3 political parties. All political parties, this was used as a symbol of public power, signifying that we have forgotten the past where we were extremely glorified. We had a glorious past. Let's go back to it. To signify it, he had everything, the same thing in all his flags. Right. As a movement, as I've already told you, as a movement, it developed into a movement in 1919 to 1945. Okay, and even after 1945, some kind of neo-fascist and neo-Nazist movement did exist everywhere in the world. India also, you can see a little bit of neo-fascist and neo-Nazist movement. Okay, even ISIS would be a kind of a fascist movement, right. It was partly adopted by Adolf Hitler and the Nazis in Germany, Franco and the Phalangists in Spain, and had a marginal following in Britain, France and other European countries. Peron in Argentina, in Japan, everywhere this ideology has spread as a movement. Okay. So how different thinkers have seen it, I have brought this as a quote, so that if for exam, to enhance the exam answer sheet, you can use these quotes. How different people saw, Adolf Hitler saw fascism as a worldview. Simply he saw it as a worldview, that's it. Okay. For almost all all politicians, their ideology is a worldview. Okay. In other words, they claim monopoly of truth in their ideology. That's one of the definitions of political ideology itself, monopoly of truth. Okay. So for Hitler, he said the total truth is there only in Nazism. Okay. How totalitarian this ideology has been conceived. It's a kind of a totalitarian ideology. Right. So the core values of fascism. Please see the core values of fascism. Okay. What are the core values? First one is national supremacy, unconditional obedience to authority. Unconditional obedience. If a supreme leader says, you have to obey your supreme leader. There is no ifs and buts to it. Okay, there are no ifs and buts to it. Obey it. Believe, obey, fight. That was the slogan that was given by Mussolini. Believe, obey, fight. Believe in this ideology, believe in your own Roman past, the glory of the Roman past, obey the orders of the authority, because he is a superman, all these things you see, and fight for glory. Okay, believe, obey, fight. That is how Mussolini told, right? Okay, so national supremacy, unconditional obedience to authority, nihilism. Nihilism is a kind of an ideology that is there in the past, developed by many other thinkers. Friedrich Nietzsche also had a little bit of nihilist tendencies, even though he is very famous for will to power. And nihilism is very simple, as I already told you. It's a non-belief in any established tradition. Nihil, no. Okay, we will see one by one. Okay, as I already told you, if you think fascism, it should be anti-rational, it should be anti-capitalist, it is anti-reason, it is anti-communist, it is anti-socialist. In other words, a fascist mind cannot accept any other established truth in the world. If anything you say, they would say, no, 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 it is not a monopoly of truth. Truth is in accepting or obeying the leaders who is nothing but a superman. Okay, that is where the truth lies. According to, so all established citizens, they will not believe in. That is what called a nihilism. Will to power, the concept of Friedrich Nietzsche, are also close to a vitalist philosophy, which we will see a little bit later. Glorification of strength and war. You know, Hitler went to an extent that compulsory sterilization of the weak was done in the Germany. Okay, all those people who are born with some defects by birth, okay, and they were taken out, they were compulsorily sterilized, and in later stage they were killed also, because he wanted to create a purity of Aryan race which is superior to all the race. So he thought the weak people should not live at all. Okay, weak is bad in the Nazi theory. Weak is bad. Only strength is good. So they associate good with strength, bad with weak. Who is a good person, who is a bad person? A person who is strong is a good person. The person who is weak is a bad person. That's it. Okay, so eliminate all evil. So you have to eliminate all weak. That is how the fascist philosophy thought. So he went to an extent to compulsory sterilize the weak person, kill them. Then first sterilization, then killing them. Everything happened in the Nazi Germany because of their belief in glorification of the male strength, of the human strength, and war. Okay. Mussolini went to an extent and said, what is maternity to women, war is to men. Okay. So there is a kind of a patriarchic thinking there, but he said, what is maternity to women, so is war to men. It is compulsory, you must have it. Glorification of war. That is how they said, that is how they mobilized people in Italy and Germany or all over the world. These are the basic tenets or core values of fascism. National supremacy, unconditional obedience to authority, nihilism, will to power, glorification of strength and war. We will see one by one, guys, for better understanding. Okay. Okay. National supremacy. We have created a myth. Our myth is the nation, the great nation, which we want to make into a concrete reality for ourselves. The full quote is in the book which I have given you, but I have taken only the partial quote which you can use it for exam. Okay. So we have created a myth. What is the myth? The myth is the nation and the great nation. I'll simply put it, greatness of the nation. So that is how Mussolini said or appealed to the people. Okay. Our Roman nation was extremely great. Once it was extremely great. National supremacy. We are living in a supreme nation, but we have forgotten it. Why we have forgotten it is because of a lot of other movements like liberal movement, Marxist movement, which has corrupted the glory of our Roman nation. It is a time to bring back the glory of the Roman nation. It's a time, right? Fascists generally believe in the supremacy of their nation. For them, they are conceived nation. I have used the word conceived nation. For example, for Hitler, the conceived nation is Aryan nation, the Aryan race. Okay, that is his nation. So he fought for the purity of Aryan race. Okay, but for Mussolini, which is the nation? The Rome. Okay, the unity of Rome. That is his nation. The glory of Rome. That is his nation. Understood? So everyone conceived nation little bit differently. That is the reason I put the word conceived nation here. Was the greatest in the past and must become great today and must remain great in the future. Okay. So my nation is supreme in the past and it's our duty to make it great today and it should always remain great in the future. Okay. Said Mussolini, said Hitler. It appealed to everyone then. Okay, it appealed everyone easily. Our nation is great. We have been living, because historically there is also truth in the fact that Rome ruled half of the world at one point of time. Okay, historically it's a truth, but we cannot say always it will happen. Okay, yes, one point of time history, everyone would have ruled everyone. Correct. Even in discovery of India, when Jawaharlal Nehru said that how the Chola dynasty and other dynasties of South India literally controlled Southeast Asia, and after a few years, Southeast Asian people, whether it was Indonesia or Singapore, seldom came close to India. They feared India, and they tried to move a little bit close to China. The reason was simple, because kind of a thing that was floated by Nehru in his book. They thought that a kind of imperialism is there in Indian approach. Okay, so they are going to press about the glory of India's past, where we control Southeast Asia. Okay, and in international relations they would say this writing of Nehru and the speech of most of the Congress leaders during those times, 1950s, 60s and 70s probably, was not to the liking of Southeast Asian nations. Okay, whether Singapore, Indonesia, all the Thailand and all the Southeast Asian nations did not like it basically. So they always tried to be little bit away from India, because they thought India has an imperialist approach. Because everyone will not like it. Okay, right. But it is helpful in mobilizing people inside your own country. That is what Mussolini did, that is what Hitler did. Right. So, as I already told you, the nation might vary from, okay. This is national supremacy. Sorry. Okay, unconditional obedience to authority. Unconditional obedience to authority. The defining theme of fascism is the idea of an organically unified national community. A organic society, as I have already told you, this concept of organic society, which we read a little bit before in conservatism, also true with fascism. Okay, embodied in a belief in strength through unity. Individual in a literal sense is nothing. Individual identity must be entirely absorbed into the community or social group. So you are a Roman first. A typical Mussolini's doctrine, you are a Roman first. You are not an individual. Okay, you are a Roman first. So believe in that Roman, the so-called Roman tag. Fight for it, then you will achieve the glory. That is how they mobilize people. You are a Roman, not an individual. Okay. The fascist ideal is that the new man, a hero, motivated by duty, honor, self-sacrifice, prepared to dedicate his life to the glory of his nation or race, to give unquestioning obedience to the supreme leader. In simple, put it this way: order, authority, justice replaced liberty, equality and fraternity, which was the slogans of French Revolution. Okay. The liberal movement brought slogans like liberty, equality and fraternity. The fascist movement brought slogans like order, authority, justice. So obey the order, obey the social order, obey the authority, the natural leadership that is there. The natural leadership is the product of some kind of a superhuman tendencies that is there in certain human beings. Charismatic leadership is it's a kind of a manifestation of superhuman tendencies. Fascists believe only few societies provide these natural leaders, and it is the duty of the common people to obey those natural leaders who have manifested in themselves these superhuman qualities. A fascist mindset. A fascist mindset. You understand how different it is? How a liberal mindset will think? Leadership is not natural. It is based on merit. You do good to the society, and based if the people like it, then they will give you power, and this power is also not eternal. This is only the power of the people which you are exercising it. Correct? MLA, that is a liberal mindset. But a fascist mindset is not that. In a fascist mindset, who is the leader? is a natural leader. How the natural leadership is born? Because of the superhuman tendencies which the society, the community, the organic community is giving this person. Why it is giving this person the superhuman tendencies? To take care of the total community. You understood? Okay. Like a God, like a messiah of a God. Every society, every point of time in history brings a superhuman. Every society. See, Mussolini is a product of this Roman glory. Why he has been born? Because to bring the glory to Rome. Why Hitler is born? To bring glory to the Aryan race. And some people would say, why Modi is born or why so and so is born? Because that is what they believe. You understood? Right? So they believe certain people have some kind of superhuman tendencies. They are born because of the fate of the community. Okay, for the glory of the community, because of the fate of the community they are born. And what is what the general people should do? Obey them. Order, authority and justice. Follow the social order, follow the order, follow the authority, justice will be served. That's it. That is what justice is all about. You understood? That is how they said unconditional obedience to authority in a fascist mindset. Always remember this. Fascists regard authority as manifestation of personal leadership or charisma, a quality possessed by unusually gifted, if not unique individuals. Such charismatic authority is and should be absolute and unquestionable. This should not be questioned, and is thus implicitly, explicitly totalitarian in character. Obey them. Because this person is born to save your community, save you. He is born, he is your savior. Understood? He is your savior. So, if you want to save yourself, what you have to do? You have to obey him. Simple fascist mindset. Okay, simple fascist. This person is born to save you, your community, your glory, to bring the glory back to you. Okay, so if you want the glory back, follow him. Unconditional obedience to authority. All these basic tenets overlap a little bit with among themselves, guys. Very easy to understand. Fascism is not such a tough doctrine, even though it's a complicated doctrine in a sense that they did a lot of things together. But to understand, everything overlap very easily. Nihilism. As I've already told you, what is nihilism? Fascism is anti-rational, anti-liberal, anti-conservative, anti-capitalist, anti-bourgeoisie, anti-communist. Anything that is established tradition, they will be against it. Anything that is established, they will be against it. In other words, fascism accepts nihilism, a point of view which rejects all established belief systems and accepts nothing. Accepts nothing. Nazism in particular has been described as a revolution of realism. Okay, so the highest expression of this nihilism could be found in Nazism. Right? Generally, fascism rejects universal reason and rationality in reasoning. Okay, you know, 200 years, that was the biggest thing how Mussolini and Hitler mobilized people. 200 years, we will be speaking about reason, rationality and all the other things. So what happened to Germany? What happened to Italy? After speaking about all this rationality, reason, nothing happened. Okay. The poor are suffering, our glory has been forgotten. Okay. We cannot give expression to our power-seeking tendencies, which we will see a little bit later, will to power. Okay. Every human being has the capacity or want to seek more power. They want to become more powerful. This tendency you cannot give expression to because of your belief in so-called rationality, so-called reason. You understand? That is how they claimed. Okay. Every human being, they said, every human being want to be more powerful. That is the quality of human tendency. That is the quality of human being itself. But you cannot give expression to it because of your belief in universal reason, rationality and all the so-called things. So these are completely against it. By abandoning the standard of universal reason, fascism has placed its faith entirely in history, culture and the idea of organic community, which we saw. That is how they mobilize the masses. Fascism. Extremely fascinating, isn't it? How everyone will be wondering how Mussolini and Hitler, one point of time, could do so much of atrocities with the help of their own public. The people accepted it. Okay. Because not just because of just their oratory skills, also the kind of the ideology they floated. Okay. They said, you are born to rule. As a community, if you obey in a community, you will be ruling the whole world. You are born to rule. But today, you are be submissive. The reason is you are not obeying the human being who is born to save the community. So follow us, obey, believe in us, fight. A simple concept. So everyone had the concept of ruling others. Everyone believed in it. These people used it. Right? So such a community is shaped not by calculation and interest of rational individuals, but by innate loyalties and emotional bonds forged by the common past. Okay, this is what nihilism is. Another most important concept, the closely related concept to all the other three concepts that we have seen, is the will to power. Max Weber once famously said, if at all two persons, if I have to name, who shaped the whole world, I would say it's Friedrich Nietzsche and Karl Marx. Okay. The philosophy of Friedrich Nietzsche was extremely famous and it influenced many ideologies, and one such ideology is fascism. Almost controlled, threatened to control the whole world at one point of time. Okay, that is what Max Weber said. If at all you find two persons who actually dominated philosophically the whole world, then it should be, or shaped the whole world, then it should be Karl Marx and Friedrich Nietzsche. These two people. Very, very famous philosopher in social traditions, socio-political tradition, Friedrich Nietzsche. He proposed that human beings are motivated by powerful emotions. It is not rationality that controls the human being, like a liberal said. What the liberals would say? Rationality, reason. Okay, man is a rational human being who decides about the cost, analyzes the cost benefits, and based on the cost benefit analysis, you take decisions. That is how the liberals have been portraying the human tendency, right? The human nature. He said no. Human beings are motivated by powerful emotions. Their will rather than a rational mind. Their will rather than a rational mind. And in particular, what he called the will to power. In other words, if you wish to become someone and you really emotionally attached to it, you can become that guy. Okay. It is not a rational mind that is needed. It is the strong will that is required. Okay. Everyone will be always inclined towards it when you say, I can do whatever I want. Right. So that is what the simple concept of will to power. The concept which says that you are more powerful, control. This is the power-seeking nature of every human being. Okay. Henry Bergson, the French philosopher, advanced the theory of vitalism. This suggests that the purpose of the human existence is to give expression to the life force. Okay. The life force rather than allowed to confined or corrupted by the tyranny of cold reason or soulless calculation. The same thing almost. So everyone has a kind of a life force, what you call an ambition or anything, whatever it is, a force that is driving your life together. That is the purpose of life. You have to give expression to it. Not giving expression to it, you do some rational calculation like a liberal said. That is not the purpose of life, said this guy. So these theories influenced fascist theory. Fascism accepted these, they propagated it. Okay, they propagated what Friedrich Nietzsche said. In most of the speeches of Hitler or Mussolini, they spoke these things without referring these people's names. Okay, so they asked the people to give expression to their life force. They asked the people, they said the people that human beings are emotionally attached, and if you want to become someone, you can become it. Okay, so follow it. So what is the slogan? Obey, believe and fight. Sorry, believe, obey and fight. Right? Fascism accepts the notion of human being. They believe every human being are motivated by emotion of achieving power and glory, which they believe can be achieved by uniting together and submitting to the nation. Unity is strength. Okay. Strength to unity. Hitler's famous quote, strength to unity. Glorification of strength and war. Okay. The next most important tenet of fascism. Glorification of strength and war. Right. Victory is to the strong and weak must go to the wall. See how Hitler has said. Online students, sorry I have not seen you for a long time. Arun Rajavel PSIR. 1 minute. How far fascism related to personality cult? Okay. Next one. What are the difference between nationalism and fascism? Okay. Right. I'll answer this once I complete fascism, guys. Okay. I will remember the questions. Don't worry. Glorification of strength and war. Right. Victory is to the strong and weak must go to the wall. That is Hitler. War is an unalterable law of the whole of life. Again, Adolf Hitler. War is to men what maternity is to women. Mussolini. How they glorify. See. Fascists equated goodness with strength and weakness with evil. Weakness is despised and elimination of the weak and inadequate is positively welcomed. Okay. This was illustrated most graphically by the program of eugenics introduced by Nazis in Germany, where mentally and physically handicapped people were first forcibly sterilized and then between 1939 and 1941 systematically murdered. Okay, that is what fascism is. So, important slogans or quotes of Mussolini. Again, I brought all these things for exam basically. Believe, obey, fight, order, authority, justice, action, not talk, inactivity is death, war is to men what maternity is to women. Okay. What are the criticisms of fascism? Any doubt in fascism, guys, as of now? Any doubt in this? So I have there are two questions have come. One is how far fascism is different from nationalism, isn't it? See, nationalism has some elements of fascism, or fascism has some elements of nationalism, but in a nationalism the concept of nihilism will not be there, the concept of other irrational mind that will not be there. All these things is here only. Okay, so that I already told you, all are right-wing tendencies, but fascism is the greatest expression. A nationalism will not drive to kill people like how a Mussolini killed. Okay, this is the highest expression where people wanted to kill other people to establish the racial purity. The racial purity, which a nationalism will not speak. There are many variants of nationalism. They would say, probably nowadays there is a trend of nationalism that is going on in India, where what they would say, son of the soil theory. Okay, this soil belongs to this nation people. Whether it's the Tamil people, the Assami people, son of a soil theory, where they will not be inclined to kill the other people, or they will not say glorify war how the fascist has glorified. They will not say strength, they will not equate goodness with strength, and they would say nihilism, will to power, all these things will not be there, but rather they only speak about some kind of son of the soil theory. These are some moderate nationalisms. Okay, but fascism, it's a combination of everything, guys. Okay, there is a power seeker, they took nationalism also, at the same time they want a power seeker, they killed people, they justified killing people in the name of racial purity, which we cannot find in a typical nationalist tendencies. So that is the reason fascist has become a derogatory term. Okay, if you actually tell some person as a fascist, okay, it is a derogatory term. Okay, you are insulting the person, you are a fascist guy, isn't it? Okay, hope many would have used this word, fascist, this guy is a fascist. Okay, so it is a derogatory term by insulting, because this person wants to kill other person to establish kind of a racial supremacy. He believes the weak should be dead. He believes in strength and glory and war. This is how fascism is synonymous with, but this is not with nationalism. Okay, So nationalism is kind of a doctrine which believe in some kind of national supremacy. There are many moderate nationalism is there, a high form of nationalism is also there, but it's a kind of highly fundamentalist combination thing which fascism is. And similarly with the other question, how personality cult, again the same thing. Personality cult is one factor inside fascism. Okay, fascism is broader ideology than what we call as a personality cult. Personality cult is something that I believe in a personality, I obey the particular person of the charisma and all the other things, and I follow him whatever he says. Okay, but this is beyond it. That's how we have to see it. So fascism is much broader ideology. Some people would say fascism is not an ideology. It's a kind of a mental human being, the ideology of a mental human being. Because that is how they did. That is what Hitler did. One side he spoke about eugenics, he killed all the weak. Other side he also killed all the Jews. Technically, Jews were superior, but he said there is an inferior race. Aryan race is superior race. So, ideally, what Hitler did, ideally he killed people. To kill people, he justified things by his own ideology. That is how fascism has been seen in this world. So, that is what we have to understand. This personality cult, nationalism, everything is being taken by these fascists. But fascists are the people who did a lot of things. They were nihilists, anti-rational, anti-communist, they were anti-liberal, they were completely against all established setup. Only they think they consistently did was war and killing people. That's what, if you see the history of Hitler or the history of Mussolini, they would have consistently killed their own people in the name of weak people, or the other people in the name of creating an Aryan race or a Roman glorified nation. You understood? So only consistent thing the fascists would have done is killing people, killing other people. Otherwise there is no consistency in fascism whatsoever. Completely inconsistent doctrine the fascism is. But nationalism is a typical consistent doctrine which has to say basic tenets. Understood? Okay. So we can say this way, nationalism and personality cult, everything are inside fascism. Fascism is a broader thing. Okay. Any other doubts, guys? Any other doubts? Online students also? I think I have answered both of your questions. Right? Yes, please. Far right. Fascism is far right wing. That is how they say. This is we classify it. Okay. The classification left, right, center, which as a political scientist, all the political scientists is giving based on the what they have did. Okay. What is a typical fascist bound to do? He bound to be extremely right wing, kill people and highly authoritative, and to create a glorified the so-called nation, he will do whatever he wants. That is a typical right wing, far right wing, nothing but fascist. Okay. So that is the classification that we give. But they might say anything. They would say I am anti-conservative. But typically fascism is a conservative doctrine. But they say they are anti-conservative. Correct. And most of the time they supported socialism. Okay. In Andrew Hebert's book, socialism is considered as one of the basic tenet of fascism. Okay. In Andrew Hebert's book. Because they say socialism. But even though they say socialism, they will not accept this kind of socialism. For example, I will tell you something. Mussolini is the first person who, for the very first time, who tried functional representatives in the whole world. Functional representatives. Wherever it is, we have territorial representatives. Correct? We have MLAs, we have MPs from a territory, from a region. Perambur region, North Chennai region. We have a region, one MLA. Correct? But Mussolini had functional representatives. Doctors, one representative. Okay? Teachers, representative. So he had some kind of a corporate, it is called as Italian corporatism. Okay. So by saying this, he said I am a socialist. Because what is the idea of socialism? Giving expression to the economic factors. So by Italian corporatism, he wanted to project himself as a socialist to the above world, the total world. He said that I am the first person who is giving representation to the working class. Because you are the working class, which the socialists themselves are not given. Called as Italian corporatism. But all these things cannot classify fascism as a socialist doctrine, even though they claim to be so. That is the reason I have not included socialism is one of the tenets of fascism. Even though Italian corporatism is the very first time in the whole world where functional representative was given. Okay. Of course, in legislative councils, we do have some kind of functional representatives in India also. Some kind of, partially we have, but the true functional representative is not here. Okay. But the representation was there in the Italian corporatism. You have to understand, right? Okay. So they would say anything. They would say anything. But how we classify is our classification, right? Okay. Anything? Any other doubt, guys? Okay. We will go to the criticisms of fascism now. Fascism, when closely examined, proves to be nothing more than an ill-assorted rag bag which all kinds of remnants from the most diverse philosophies seek, as best they may, to find a place. Harold Lasky. Okay. The main liberal objection against the fascism is that it sought to destroy individual liberty by subordinating individual to the absolute authority of the state. Okay. So, what is the means, what is an end? That's the question. So, it's reducing individual to a means to serve the end as a state, a typical idealist philosophy. Okay. But in a liberal tendency, individual is the end. Okay. Why you want a state? Why you want to create a state? Why you want a political authority in a liberal setup? Because to enlarge freedom. That is how they argue. Do you remember? Okay. Where there is law, there is liberty, said John Locke. Right. Where there is law, there is liberty. So why do you need a law? To secure freedom. But not the other way around. But how this guy says, fascist says, you give up your liberty to ensure the glorification of state. It's the other way around, completely opposite. So a liberal would say it is wrong. Why should I live to glorify state? Just because I am born in this state, the Roman state, or in this race, so-called Aryan race, or a Tamil race, or a Hindu, should I give life to secure the glory of Hindu country or Hindu nation? Why should I? Why should I? Why should I live for a Tamil glory? See, that's the other way around. That's the whole liberal mindset will say. It's actually the other way around. All this culture and the tradition, it is there to make me great, to make me a happy human being till I live or till I die. Correct? That is how the tradition is there. Tamil tradition, the Hindu tradition. That is the function of this tradition. That is the function of the state. Everything. The nation. I am born in a particular community. Okay. Why? The particular community should take care of me. It is not the other way around. I should die for the community. I should die for my religion. That is why we are born. You are born to die for the religion. Why should I do it? Ask a liberal mind. But a conservative mind is the opposite. Say the fascist mind will say the opposite. You are born in this community, die for the community. That is the reason. If someone questions your community, if someone against your community, you should be ready to give your life, says a fascist. You understand the difference, right? Fascism has ruined the human progress, the progress that is achieved by the human beings in the past few centuries. Okay. So 300 years from where the 15th or 16th century or the British Civil War, the so-called, that happened, the European history took a great turn. 300, 400 years. Suddenly fascism has ruined everything. It has ruined everything. It is going back to the past. Right? The belief in rationality, reason, liberty, democracy, which were responsible for various revolutions across the world, have been repudiated and replaced with what they replaced? Irrational elements, obedience, submission to authority, natural leadership, which were the products of the ancient world. Which were before that, before the 14th century, before the 15th century, before the 16th century, when all these new developments have come. Fascism has brought us to the old world, says the liberals. This is the critic. Okay, criticism of fascism. Fascism repudiates the liberal faith in natural and social equality of men. Natural and social equality of men through its cult of hero worship and superiority of elite and racial doctrines. As I already told you. Okay. See, it's kind of all men and women are equal. You have given a post of a representative for another 5 years or 3 years or 4 years, where you are only going to give expression of the power of the all the people, human community as a whole. You are a representative of the people, correct? That is how MLA, MPC select, that is how liberal mindset is. But for them, hero cult, you have to obey him because the natural leadership that has emerged, okay? And you want to obey him, only if you obey him, your glory would be served. Okay? So all these things is opposite to the liberal mindset. Fascism hits at the pluralistic nature of society by establishing a monopoly of a single political party and eliminating free and open competition for political power. Again, this is there common with socialism also, where there is no competition of multi-political parties, which is the basic tenet of liberalism. Right? Fascism demolishes constitutional government, which is the sole guarantee of human freedom. Okay? And progress as well as the cardinal principle of liberal democracy. Fascism in essence is authoritative doctrine. Okay? Dictatorship. Hitler was a dictator. So is Peron. So is Mussolini. Okay? All were dictators. You cannot question against them. Whatever they say, that becomes their doctrine. Okay? Right. With this, I think I complete fascism. Yes. Any doubt in this case? Any doubt in fascism? Any doubt in fascism? Right. Now we will go to the, see, always remember, fascism is very, very important, even though lot of questions have not come. Why I am saying fascism is important is because of international relations. Okay. So once we come to IR, it becomes very, very important in understanding all the religious fundamentalism, all the other things that is happening today. A little bit of knowledge, you will not be writing it directly, but knowledge about these things will help you to write the answers in a better way. Okay. So read it, my PPT and also the book I have given. Now we will go to feminism, the last ideology. Okay. Right. Previous questions. See, with respect to UPSC, feminism is very, 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 very important. Again telling you, it is very, very, very important. Number of questions might look very less, but it assortedly it will come. For example, in feminist state, again 3-4 questions will come, and everything, even in paper 2, women movements would come, and even in international relations, gender and international relations, the possible question, and even for your normal general studies, anything related to women is very important, guys. I am letting you know. Okay. Always remember this. When you prepare it separately. All the women movements, all the many new schemes for women, even for economy, Indian economy, schemes for women, everything separately take it. Write it down. If you are reading about Indian polity, any laws that affects women, okay, any judgment that has come, okay, because it is very, very, very important. If you take every year question paper, whether the preliminary examination or especially mains examination, whether it's GS1, GS2, GS3 or even the essay paper or even a PSIR, whatever it is, even if a public administration or sociology student, whoever it is, okay, this aspect is important. Okay, the gender, because UPSC wants gender neutral people, okay, to be selected into IAS. Okay, you have to be gender neutral. So UPSC expects, even in ethics, it might be tested. Okay, so UPSC expects that you have to be gender neutral. You understand the problem of the other gender, especially the women. You understand? This is very, 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 very important. Okay, so the time will not be allowing me to take a lot into feminism, but I will take maximum that I could, which is required for only for PSIR. But otherwise, you have to work on it. Okay. For example, I will have only one slide on patriarchy. I will not be dealing a lot about patriarchy. Little bit more on patriarchy, because in social issues, GS also will be useful. Okay. So all these things you have to work a little bit. Always remember, gender neutrality is the norm of the day. Okay. So you have to understand the problem of the other gender. This always important question for UPSC. Okay. Right. With this introduction, we'll go. What are the previous year questions? Distinguish between liberal feminism and radical feminism, ecofeminism, Personal is political. Difference between liberal and radical forms of feminism. Okay, so this question has come 2 times and 2 different years, of course. And ecofeminism 1 year, and personal is political. It is almost close to radical feminism, but little bit different. Comes in the second wave. We will see it. Okay. So I am going to take only that is required for PSIR. Okay, that is only for paper 1 section A. When I come to paper 1 section B and other things, the women movements, I will take it regarding whenever it comes, I will take it. Okay, but you have to prepare this holistically. Right? What is feminism? I have already told you. Ism means 3 things. Okay, either it's a phase of a history, or it should be a movement or a set of ideas. Here, feminism is a movement. It's a typical movement. There are 3 waves of feminism, as they say. Okay, mostly these waves of feminism is based on American political history, basically American political history. But when the movement of feminism starts in America, it spreads all over Europe and all the Western countries. Okay, India had its own 3 waves, which we will read it later in the relevant section, not here. Okay, but generally based on American political history, we classify feminism as a movement, and the feminist movement has 3 waves, and some people would say the 4th wave is running, and some people deny the existence of the 4th wave. They only say only 3 waves of feminism is there. Right? Right. Okay. Feminism is a movement which attempts to advance the social role of women. Attempts to advance the social role of women. As such, it is associated with 2 basic beliefs: that women are disadvantaged because of their gender. We will see what is the gender right now, few minutes, and that is disadvantage can and should be overthrown. Okay, so women is disadvantaged because of their gender. What is gender? We will see. So, and it should be or can be thrown. It can be overthrown. This is the simple meaning of feminism. It's a kind of a movement which want to restore the so-called, I won't say restore, want to bring some kind of gender neutrality. Okay, there are many variants of feminism we will see. What is a gender? This is the first thing as a political science or the social science student that you know. How a gender and a sex is different from each other. Okay. Sex is different, gender is different. Sex is something that every one of us are born with. Okay. Biologically, you might be a male sex or you might be a female sex. That is biologically. But gender is based on the social roles that is given in a society to particular sex. Social roles. So, every society can create a specific gender. A women gender, a female gender in India is different from a female gender in Pakistan, different from a female gender in the US or a female gender in the UK. Because the social role that is given in different countries and different regions is different. A different set of social rules. Okay. This is the gender that is the problem. Sex is biologically determined. Everyone are born with. We cannot do away with the gender, a specific role, a specific typification. Concepts like femininity. Women should be like this. It is said, oh, this is what women is. You see a lot of movies, isn't it? Where you say the characters of women. This is how women should be. It also says the characters of male. The male should be extremely masculine. He should not cry. If you cry, you are not a male. Okay. The woman should not speak a lot. If she speaks a lot, or she shouldn't laugh a lot. Most of the societies, women cannot have mannerisms. Okay. If women has mannerism, that is not accepted. But male has mannerism, it is glorified. Oh, see, his mannerism is very good. But women has a specific mannerism, it has been insulted. Because there is a kind of a femininity is always said. This is how women should be. Always look below. She should not see eye to eye. She should not speak seeing eye to eye. If a male comes and sits, she should not sit cross-legged. Certain roles is being given. Taking care. Certain characteristics have always been defined. This is how women should be. Okay, see. So, sex. 1 minute. Sex is biological, based on chromosomes, reproductive organ, hormones. That is what sex is. But gender is culturally defined, based on the roles and responsibilities. So, every society have their own way of typifying women. caring and service jobs, fragile and emotional. Women is always seen as an emotional being. Okay, and inferior health care to men, financially dependent on men. Okay, always if women wants to be financially independent, not all societies accept. Only few families now accept because of the nature of the family that is there. Few families, most of the families, they would say, why a woman should go to work even though she wants to go? No, they need not. Financially dependent. That is what the role that is given. Okay. So based on this, say roles and responsibilities, construction, defense, risk taking and aggression, the kind of attribute that is given to a male. Okay. So attribute. Male means immediately you have to go for the job, you have to work. See, the oppression is two ways also, but the kind of women oppression is more technically. Okay, entitlements, higher workforce participation, financial autonomy. See? So what makes a male gender, what makes a female gender? It's a kind of a role responsibilities, it's a kind of attributes. In other words, simply put it, it is the cultural term. So a women gender in America is different from a women gender in India, it is different from women gender in Pakistan. Did you understand? Understand, right? Very, very simple. Always remember this, don't forget. When you write your exam paper, always use the word gender. Don't use the word sex a lot. Okay, female sex, male sex, don't write it. Because there is no problem. Sex is biologically determined. But gender is something that actual oppression comes. How you understand the female gender. That is where the real oppression comes. You always give certain attributes to women that is not accepted. Okay, that is what we fight against. Okay, right. Another important term that everyone has to understand is the term called as patriarchy. How in a society that male values is being highly eulogized. How the society is being controlled by or dominated by male and institutions of male. The term literally means the rule by the father and can refer narrowly to the supremacy of the husband, father within the family and therefore to subordination of his wife and children. Okay, it's a literal meaning. Okay, patriarchy describes a general structure in which men have power over women. Patriarchic society. This terminology of patriarchal society is a product of radical feminism. Okay, where radical feminists categorically declared, see the society as patriarchic in nature. They categorically declared, see how the Marxists see the society based on class, capitalist class, working class. These people said, radical feminists said, no, that is not the true division. The true division of the society is based on gender. Male values, male institutions, female values and female institutions. Knowingly or unknowingly, or you have a society where living in a society which is being extremely divided based on gender divisions, said the radical feminists. Okay, patriarchal society where male dominates all female ethos. Okay, a patriarchal society consists of a male dominated power structure throughout organized society and even in individual relationships. Individual relationships, as I already told you. A female cannot sit cross-legged, a male can sit. Even in an individual relationship, there is a limit to how a female behaves. There is always a line. Sometimes if she crosses, immediately she will be insulted. But the male crosses, it will be considered as a symbol of masculinity, isn't it? That is what we say. A male crosses, nothing wrong in it, but a female crosses, immediately she will be insulted. That is what society is. How wrong that is. That is what society is. So, because it is a patriarchal society. Because we are living in a patriarchal society where certain things men easily get away with. Nothing wrong in it. Nothing wrong in it. Okay. If a male sees a girl, there is no problem. But if the same thing a woman does again and again, she will be named differently. Because for male, it is eulogized, it is seen as a symbol of masculinity because the patriarchal society. The same thing a female does, it is seen in a different way. Okay. So, it is a system in which men have more power than women. Men have some level of privilege to which women are not entitled. So the concept of sex and gender, the concept of patriarchy is very important to understand feminism further. Right, now we will go to the feminism. First important person. Want me go there? 1 minute, we'll go there. Yes.
Subordination
of his wife and children, yes. And therefore the subordination of his wife and his children. Yes.
Husband is not subordinate to wife.
That does not mean that way. What it says is, 1 minute, can refer narrowly to the supremacy of the husband father within the family and therefore the subordination of his. So subordination, when it means that they are subordinate to the husband father duo. That's what the literal meaning, that is written that way. Okay, it's the meaning of the sentence. Okay, right. It means the same thing what I said, phrased differently. Okay. Okay, Mary Wollstonecraft, probably the world's first feminist. Mary Wollstonecraft. Okay, the world's first feminist. The first text of modern feminism, it is not that feminist text was not there before her. Okay, and the writings in China, in Japan, other countries also in 13th and 14th century, which discussed about certain aspects of patriarchy, certain aspects of feminism. But technically speaking, Mary Wollstonecraft is the very first person who systematically developed the concept of feminism. I would say that way. The first text of modern feminism is usually taken to be Mary Wollstonecraft, Vindication of Rights of Women, written against the backdrop of French Revolution. This is the lady. Okay, she lived somewhere around 1758 to 1797, I suppose. She lived only for 38 years. Okay, she died in a very young age. Okay, she argued women looks inferior to men because of lack of education. She suggested to create a social order based on reason, where both men and women could be treated equally. Okay, so that was her suggestion, Mary Wollstonecraft. The most important book she wrote was Vindication of the Rights of the Women. Okay. So as I already told you, now let's go to the waves of feminism, guys. Mostly, as I told you, these waves of feminism is being summed up based on American political tradition. Little bit of European tradition is also taken into consideration, but basically US political tradition, that is what we have used to segregate these waves of feminism. First wave, second wave and third wave. The fourth wave is not there or is there, there is a debate in it. Okay. So the first wave basically starts with Seneca Falls Convention of 1848. Okay. So first wave 1848 to 1920, guys. Okay. The second wave is 1963 to 1980s, and the third wave is 1991 to the end point we do not know, because I already told you whether it has ended or not ended, no one knows. Okay, right. The first wave 1848. Why the date is fixed is because of basically begins with Seneca Falls Convention. This is the photo. That almost 200 women met in a church in upstate New York to discuss the social, civil and religious condition and rights of women. Okay. Initially, most of the leaders were abolitionists, but initially the major problem that the women faced during that time was lack of suffrage. That was the major problem. So in the most of the societies, men were allowed to vote, but universal suffrage was not there even for men, as you already know. Okay. Only, for example, in America, only free men were allowed to vote, slaves were not allowed to vote. Okay, in America. And at the same time, even inside the free men, only the propertied class and the taxed people can vote. The other non-propertied, the people who are not paying tax cannot vote, even among men. That although the society was there in 1848 all over the world, you have to accept and understand. That is the reason when India gave franchise to adult franchise, everyone at the age of 21. You know that when Indian Constitution came into being, the age was 21 years, right? Everyone above 21 years, the world laughed at India. The world laughed at India. Hey, they are giving franchise to everyone. How can it be possible? It is not possible at all. Because in countries like England itself, it was very phased out possibly. First only taxed people gave, then slowly and steadily women was given franchise, and also for women not at one shot franchise was not given. In 1918 the franchise was given only partially part of women, and only by 1928 or 29 the remaining women was allowed to vote. Only in phases the franchise was given, the voting rights was given, not at one shot. Okay, that is how the world democracy is being seen. Okay, but for India, it's a revolutionary thing that the Indian constitution makers did. At one shot, for all adult citizens, we gave franchise. Whoever it is, we gave franchise for all adult. Okay, about the year 21 years, the world actually criticized it. They laughed at us. Okay, just for information, for you to understand how the society existed in 1848. So, when these people were fighting for women's rights, basically you have to understand they fought only for upper class females and especially for the white females. Okay, racism did exist even in the first wave of feminism. Racism did exist. Okay, attendees discussed their grievances and passed a list of 12 resolutions calling for specific equal rights, including right to vote. That was the most important thing that was discussed in the first wave of feminism, guys. Always remember this. Okay. For 70 years, the first wavers would march, lecture and protest and face arrest, ridicule and violence as they fought tooth and nail to the right to vote. Okay. First wavers fought not only for white women's suffrage but also for equal opportunities, education, employment and right to own property. Also remember this. So not only for suffrage, also for all these things they fought for. And as the movement developed, it became to turn a question of reproductive rights also. Okay. The movement came to an end by 1920. Why by 1920 is in United States of America, 1920 the franchise was given, and New Zealand was the first country to give franchise by 1893, and 1918 Britain also gave franchise. Okay. But when I said all these things, you should understand these people fought only for upper class or the so-called white females. Racism did exist. In fact, this first wave of feminism picked up pace by 1870 when slave males was given right to vote. Okay, in America. You know that after the end of American Civil War in 1840s, okay, slowly and steadily the slavery is supposed to be abolished in America. And after so many fights, okay, after so many deliberations and fights, around the 1870s, the males, the slaves, already slaves, so yesteryear slaves were given rights to vote. This actually angered the white female because they had a racist mindset. They cannot accept the fact that their slaves got right to vote and they have not got the right to vote. Okay, that is where it actually picked up, and they fought for the rights of women with a small racist tone in it. Okay, this is first wave of feminism. First wave of feminism comes to an end. These are the leaders of first wave of feminism: Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Okay, as I already told you, not without criticism. Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony were the major leaders of the movement in US. They led the movement in the United States of America. In UK, An organized movement developed during the 1850s. In 1867, the House of Commons defeated the first proposal for the female suffrage and amendment to the second reform proposed by John Stuart Mill. Last year, I suppose, 2 years back, 2021, a question came. Correct? Did you see the question paper? J.S. Mill on women's suffrage, PSIR. Okay, that we will discuss anyway. That we will discuss in our J.S. Mill's part. Okay, but the question has come. Okay, so J.S. Mill is also a feminist. Okay, because his wife was a feminist. Okay, and he fought for the women's rights. When he was in the House of Commons, he actually moved a referendum, moved a law bill which supported the women right to vote, and also for other people, but it was rejected finally, okay, during the 1850s, right? Okay. In later years, the British suffrage movement was led by Emmeline Pankhurst and her daughter Christabel. On their later years, they adopted increasingly militant tactics after the formation of Women's Social and Political Union. So, the women's suffrage movement also took a militant turn during the first wave in UK. Okay, right. So, now we will see the second wave of feminism. Second wave of feminism. Okay, what is the second wave of feminism? As I have already told you, the first wave ends by 1920 and the second wave starts by 1963. Okay. The second wave of feminism begins with Betty Friedan's Feminine Mystic, which came out in 1963. Okay. The Feminine Mystic was a phenomenon. It sold 3 million copies in 3 years. 3 million copies. Okay. So, what eventually happened is, it is not that what she has written was extremely revolutionary. Only thing is, the book sold hugely, and everywhere the middle class women, especially the white women, could access the book called as Feminine Mystic. This is the book. Okay, this is the lady. This is the latest photo of the latest edition, which also shows the lady. Okay, and became a phenomenon. So everyone started to read the book, and every woman started to get awareness about how they were oppressed. Okay, the second wave feminism is where the idea of patriarchal society comes into being. Understand? The first wave feminism, they only fought for rights. But only in the second wave feminism, the idea of patriarchal society, where the society itself is being categorized into male and female, female institution, male institution, how in every institution the women has been oppressed. The concept of personal is political, very, very important concept. The question has come, right? Personal is political. Everything emerges only in the second wave of feminism. Okay, radical feminism, cultural feminism, eco-feminism, everything emerges only in the second wave of feminism. So, second wave of feminism is very, very important. Right? The feminist mystic rails against the problem that has no name. The systemic sexism that taught women that their place was in home, and that if they were unhappy and housewives, it was only because they were broken and perverse. Okay. So, literally it says about the place of the house, the place of the women is home, there is no other option, and they cannot be unhappy, they have to be happy. If they are unhappy, what is the reason? Because they are broken, okay, they are perverse, but it is nothing to do with because they are confined to home, that is their place basically. Okay. No women can argue, come and argue and say, I am unhappy because I am in home. That is what the place is. You cannot tell that as a reason. Okay, that is how the women has been understood, says this lady. Okay, but she argued the fault didn't truly lie with women, but rather with the world that refused to allow them to exercise their creative and intellectual faculties. So, this patriarchal society is constructed, argues this lady, said that the women cannot go behind their creative and intellectual faculty. Even though they have something, they cannot express it. They should be only to be conveyed in the home. That is how society is constructed. So, she put on the onus on the patriarchal society, responsibility or the blame on the patriarchal society, not on the women. Okay. So they cannot express themselves because of the society, how the society is constructed. Okay. So everyone started to read this, everyone became aware of what is happening around them. Okay. I'm getting a little bit tired, so we'll have a 15 minutes break. It is 6 o'clock now. I'll come back by 6:15, guys. Okay, we will continue from 6:15. Okay, thank you. Hello? Right. So, welcome back students, we will start. With regards to assignment submission, only 3 people have submitted. Please submit it. Okay, I will correct that also. Simultaneously I will do it. Okay. As we already discussed, I will give that book to you also, where say I strongly believe if in PSIR at least, if you have to show a little bit of edge, then 2 things has to be practiced. 2 things. One thing is quote for every relevant question, relevant quote. The another thing is a simple pictographic representation, like how I have shown, for example, in the PPT, basic tenets of, I have shown a small pictographic representation. Whatever that is, for example, you are going to write about feminism. Okay, a small pictographic representation would do. For example, let's put this way. Okay, you can put this as a balance, and where you can put this weight as male values. Okay, and you can put it here, and you can say it is female values. Okay, so the male values is always weighed better, okay, higher. So the balance should be like this. I'm sorry, the balance should be like this. Small pictographic representation, where the balance, you have a balance where male value is weighed higher, female value is weighed lower. Some kind of, it will take hardly half, like some quarter of your page, but it explains things much better. Okay, so these things you practice before the exam itself. I would say not during the exam, you cannot think faster. This is where I am telling you now itself, there are only few set of questions that can come, correct? Only few. Feminism, Marxism, everything you practice some kind of pictographic representation, some kind of thing, some quote, some ready-made thing. I don't think so it will be tougher for you. Okay. During the preparation stage itself you do it. In exam, once the question comes, you need not think a lot. Draw it, which you have already practiced. Write the quote, which you have already practiced, which will give you 1 mark extra. 10 mark questions, others are getting 6, 6.5, you are getting 7, 7.5. See, 1 mark extra you will get it. Otherwise, all the other things is also there, the construction of the answer. Everything is required. I am not compromising on it. Anyway, I will correct it, I will tell you how to construct an answer, how to go about it, everything I will speak with you individually. 100% I will speak with you individually. All 31 people who have wrote, I will speak with you individually. Okay, that is sure. Apart from that, if time permits, I will also have a common class. I explain everyone, but individual discussion will be there. But something is very much needed, guys. Okay, these things you practice in home itself. Okay, that is the reason I gave an assignment on quotes. Okay, so probably next time I will give you an assignment on these pictographic representations. All these things you have to practice. Easy to practice. Easy to practice. I will tell you. If possible, if needed, I will take a class on how to represent. This is one simple example. You can use flow. My PPT itself is an example. Some diagram, some course, some flow charts, some pictographic representation, something you show. Okay. This thing, always keep it ready in a separate notebook. Always keep it ready. You can use it for the GS also if needed. Okay. Never forget this. Okay. Second wave of feminism. Okay. Already we saw a little bit. Now we will go to the most important notion of the second wave of feminism, which is nothing but personalist political. Okay. It has become an immediate slogan of the feminists. Till date, the slogan is the personalist political. We do not know who started this slogan, personalist political. There are many people who claim authorship, many people have declined authorship. Okay, it is like saying someone is the author of Second World War. It's not possible, correct? So this terminology spontaneously emerged in kind of a student women movement. Personal is political. And who famous this made the slogan is very famous is this lady, Carol Hanisch. She popularized the slogan, personal is political. What is this personal is political? In a liberal setup, there's a simple notion existed. It said, only in a private sphere, politics exist. Correct? That is how we have seen liberal setup is. Personal things we have to take care of ourselves. Okay? And the things that comes in public for more than one people in common, that is where the politics must enter, the state must enter. They put rules and laws and regulation only in the public sphere, not in the personal sphere. The personal sphere is up to you. Even today we do have our own personal law, which is every community, every individual can have, every religion can have their own personal law. Correct? So the state generally seldom enters in these personal matters basically. This is left to their own community, the group, their family. That is how it has been understood, personal things. Correct? But these people for the first time claimed, for men public is political, but for women personal is political. Okay. Most of the oppression happens in the personal life, in the individual relationships. Okay. The way by which I have to relate with other male, other female. Okay. That is where the oppression is. The domestic violence happens. That is where the oppression comes. How will you relate with the other women? Individual women have the specific roles. If you are a mother, your role is different. If you are a daughter-in-law, then even if a mother-in-law is also a woman, you have to give respect in a peculiar way. Your role differs, the relationship differs. Everything has some kind of oppression attached to it. These are personal things. The others might think this is petty issue, a small issue. Why you are making this as a big issue? Okay, the people would say, if you tell it to other people about a personal problem, say I was accused by mother-in-law for this thing, they will say these are petty issues. We are thinking about bigger issues like Iran is going to invade, America is going to invade Iraq or what. You are speaking about small issues. Correct? For them it might be very small, but for women the personal life is more political. They said this is where we need the entry of the state. This is where we need intervention of the state, the laws, the rules and regulations. For the men, it might be only the public issues. For us, it is more important because most of the time we have been confined to the personal sphere where we have been oppressed. So the notion of personal is political became extremely famous. Okay, that was the notion of the second wave feminists. Right? They would go on to argue that problems that seem to be individual and petty about sex and relationships, access to abortions, domestic labor, were in fact systemic and political and should be considered as political issues, and the state must interfere and pass laws to bring equality. So, the liberal speaks about foundational equality. Correct. What is this foundational equality? At the foundation, every human being, man or woman, has the same moral worth. Correct. So, it is said that men and women have the same moral worth, but only in the public sphere the liberals have the so-called procedural justice and all other philosophy of justice, where they want to ensure the foundational equality between men and women in the public sphere. Equal voting rights and all other things. Already in the first wave itself, the women got the voting rights. That is in the public sphere, they have won it. Voting rights. The public sphere equality, the foundational equality is being realized. The formal equality, the equality before law is being realized. A same offence which is done in the public sphere by women will also be judged in the same way how a man does. So the formal equality and the foundational equality, everything has been realized in the public sphere. But the women claimed, most of the time we have been confined, forcefully confined. forcibly we have been confined to a private sphere in our own personal lives, where the politics do not enter, the state do not intervene about our domestic labor, about our right to abortion, all the other things, the state do not intervene. Most of the time we are confined to that. So our personal life is also political, right? So the second wave feminism acknowledged that achievement of political and legal rights had not solved the women's question. Nothing but the first wave of feminism was not directly dealt with the major problem of women. So the major problem is not women, is not about just getting the political or civil rights. It is beyond that basically. In the personal lives they have been oppressed every day, the way by which the male sees a woman. Okay. It cannot be dealt only by laws. It has to be dealt by different ways possible. So who have to take a leadership in it? State. That's the biggest association of the human being. So they have to take the leadership. Right. So the movement has won some major legislative and legal victories. Equal Pay Act of 1963 theoretically outlawed the gender pay gap. A series of landmark Supreme Court cases. The Supreme Court is of US. Okay. Through the 60s and 70s gave married and unmarried women the right to use birth control. Title 9 gave women the right to educational equality. In 1973 guaranteed women to reproductive freedom. All these things were achievements of second wave feminism. The second wave feminism has different ways of expressing feminism. As I already told you, it is during this second wave feminism different kinds of feminism emerged. One is cultural feminism, another one is radical feminism. Actually, cultural feminism is an offshoot of radical feminism. We will see one by one. Okay. And this is where the very first time patriarchy, the terminology of patriarchy was highly used, where they claimed that the society should be called as patriarchic society. Yeah, like how Marxists called this class-based society, the feminists said we have to call this society as a patriarchal society where male ethos dominate, male values dominate, male control women. Okay. So they claimed that they have been forcibly controlled by male. So this did not, as we already know, since the society is extremely patriarchal, so any woman who fights for the rights would be generally insulted. So lot of social stigma also was started to be attached with feminists. So much was the social stigma that the women themselves started to claim that, many women started to claim that I am not a feminist. Okay, because feminists, who was saying that they are feminist, was being conceived as anti-male. The angry women always hate men. That is how they have been conceived. Such a kind of a social stigma. So everyone started to speak, oh, she is a feminist, so don't speak with her. Such kind of an insult was given to women. Okay. So the women has to bear all these things to fight for their rights, which essentially want to create equality in their personal life, which is most important. So many different variants of feminisms like liberal feminism, radical feminism, cultural feminism, etc. emerged during this phase. But generally, second wave of feminism is generally attached with radical feminism, at least by its detractors. So it is one of the most highly famous motion of feminism during the second wave. We will see it. The feminists were insulted as people fighting for sexual and sensual issues. The feminists were typified as angry ones who hate men. The social stigma started to get attached with the people who claim as feminists. But in spite of all those things, second wave was predominantly successful. Right? This is what the second wave of feminism is all about. Now we will go to the third wave of feminism. When did the third wave of feminism started? No one knows basically. But there is a story which generally attaches with Anita Hill's case, famous case in US, That is where they say the actual third wave of feminism starts. What is this Anita Hill case of 1991? A person, Thomas, was actually nominated by George W. Bush for Supreme Court. Okay. And initially the American rule says if someone has been nominated for Supreme Court, and that guy, even though he was nominated for Supreme Court as a judge in the Supreme Court, he did not have enough experience to become the judge for the Supreme Court. He had only 1 year of experience to become the judge of the Supreme Court. But George W. Bush, using his presidential powers, elevated that person, Thomas, to Supreme Court, judge of the Supreme Court. And as a notion goes, they will ask whether anyone has any objection for this person to become the judge of the Supreme Court. And suddenly Anita Hill, who is a lawyer and she is a legal student, she is also a professor, assistant professor, who worked under Thomas some 10 years ago, came with a sexual abuse case against Mr. Thomas. Okay. So Thomas, she said that Thomas abused me sexually, misbehaved with me sexually 10 years ago. That was the actual case. Okay. So many insults was given to Anita Hill. Many people started to question the credibility of Anita Hill. Why 10 years she kept quiet? And she gave all the reasons for that. And even she underwent a polygraph test, which testified that Anita Hill, whatever she said is right. That is truth. Okay, she is not lying. But Thomas did not undergo any polygraph test. He denied undergoing polygraph test. And many witnesses which was brought by Anita Hill was not tried in the Supreme Court, and that was not taken as a case. People did not accept their witnesses. All these things happened, and in spite of so much of objection by Anita Hill, she was insulted and Thomas was elevated as the Supreme Court judge, which the feminists cannot accept. And this particular event spontaneously made hundreds and thousands of women, because it was highly televised, the television, okay, hundreds and thousands of women come to streets and fight for Anita Hill and fight for the kind of justice which she deserved. Okay, how in workplace, how a supervisor, because he was a supervisor, okay, how a supervisor asks for sexual things in return of their own general guideship which they have to give during their internship. Okay, so all these things came to light, and many women came to streets to fight for justice of Anita Hill. Then they say the real third wave of feminism starts. Okay, which started to fight for the kind of workplace oppression. That is how it started. Okay, how for what return the woman gets paid in a workplace. Okay, she is expected a lot of things. This is not how many years she waits to answer. For example, she might have waited for genuine reasons. She proved it. 10 years, she said why she cannot complain. Why she cannot complain for 10 years about Thomas, she proved it, but it was not taken into consideration. She also took polygraph test, and it was proved that she has not lied, and even then she was not considered. In spite of all these things, Thomas was elevated as Supreme Court judge, and again lot of insults and stigma was attached to Anita Hill. Okay, this was one of the event, they say. The another event is the Riot girl groups, the music scene of early 1990s, where kind of peculiar rap music emerged, where the women could express themselves about the kind of oppression they face in a patriarchal society. Okay, different kind of music emerged in different parts of the world, where a specific Riot girl music, that group started it, and a specific kind of music, almost in 26 countries, it was very famous, this band. Okay, and this is again one of the, let's say, motivating factor behind the third wave of feminism, as they say. I am not a post-feminism feminist, I am the third wave, Rebecca Walker. Again, a quote. It is almost impossible to take, right, we'll put it next slide. Early third wave activism tended to involve, okay, in the following year of 1992 would be dubbed the year of the women, after 24 women won seats in the House of Representatives and 3 more women seats in the Senate. Okay. So after the Anita Hill case, what happened is the overrepresentation of men in general public institutions came into light. So The 1992, more women started to get elected into the Senate and other public offices. The third wave activism tended to involve fighting against workplace sexual harassment and working to increase the number of women in positions of power. Intellectually, it was rooted in the work of theorists of 1980s, a scholar of gender and critical race theory who coined the term intersectionality to describe the ways in different forms of. This is very, very important, intersectionality. What is this intersectionality? See, it is said that a woman gets oppressed because of lot of subscription to different groups based on, for example, she is a white woman, she is a black woman, a woman with is a handicapped woman in a black woman, or for example in Indian case she is a Dalit black woman, a Dalit woman and a Dalit handicapped Dalit woman, and a single parent Dalit woman, different sections, right? So everywhere there is oppression. If you are without your husband, you have a different kind of oppression. If you are coming from the lower lung of society like a Dalit or a black, you have a different kind of oppression. And if you are uneducated, illiterate, you have a different kind of oppression. And the different categories by which women have been oppressed, intersectional oppression. So probably think about a lady who is a Dalit and who is also a single woman, who has father has died and his husband also has died, and she is also handicapped, who is also illiterate, and also other categories put it. What kind of oppression she will have? Okay, she will be extremely oppressed. In all ways she will be oppressed. As a Dalit she will be oppressed by the upper caste. Because she is illiterate, by the literate she will be oppressed. Because she is handicapped, a normal male will be oppressing them. Because she is single parent, husband has died, and that is also different kind of oppression, sexual oppression she might face from their neighbors. Okay, so all these things came into light, the concept of intersectionality. Okay, as I already told you, the first wave of feminism was highly racial in nature, where the black women rights was not considered. But the second wave of feminism was little bit racial in nature. But the third wave of feminism was more into it. There was no racialism, because today we are living in almost a 21st century where the racism is completely dead probably. So it is not that racial in nature, right? Okay, this is what third wave of feminism is. Many women more freely expressed their sexuality in how they spoke, dressed and acted. This sometimes bewildered the second wave feminists, many of whom had resisted tradition and femininity. Okay, so second wave feminism, as I already told you, encompasses some kind of cultural feminism. We will see what is a cultural feminism very soon. Okay, so this concept was, this people repudiated the second wave's concept of femininity that was held by the second wave feminists. While many ideas and many movements swirled around this time, the one rule that was there weren't rules. Okay, so in other words, the women were not ready to be confined inside any rule. Okay, in the third wave feminism, that's what we can say. Okay, a woman should choose how she lived her life. That is the main motto of the third wave feminism. So there cannot be any rule that women should be confined to in the third wave feminism. Whatever way she likes to live, she should be allowed to live in a society. That's the notion, a simple notion of third wave feminism. Right. Okay, now we will go to the other aspects of feminism, because our questions have come. Liberal versus radical feminism, 2 times it has come. 1 time ecofeminism has come. Okay, only 1 time is personal political has come. So either way the question can come. So I have summed up this way also for better understanding. What is this liberal feminism? As we all know, basic tenets of liberalism, which is nothing but liberty, equality of opportunity, equal treatment, the foundational equality and the formal equality. Formal equality is the equality before law. That is what the liberal feminism is all about. Okay. So the philosophical basis of liberal feminism lies in the principle of individualism, the belief that the human individual is all important and therefore that all individuals are equal moral worth. It is a basic philosophy, as I already told you. foundational equality, formal equality, where equal freedom should be given to everyone. That is the basic of liberalism. Individuals are entitled to equal treatment and regardless of their sex, race, color, creed and religion. Again a liberal tenet. If individuals are to be judged, it should be on the rational grounds, on the content of their character, their talents or their personal worth. We all know liberals believe in the merit of the people, okay, the merit of the people, that you should be judged on the merit of the people. The liberals express this belief in the demand for equal rights. All individuals are entitled to participate in or gain access to public or political life. So any form of discrimination against women in this respect should be clearly prohibited. Typical liberal feminism. So we would say the liberal feminism, even in the first wave, the aspects of liberal feminism was there, because we know that the first wave itself is fought for franchise, adult franchise, women franchise is nothing but the basic liberal tenet. Okay. And the second wave was also some aspects of liberal feminism was there in the second wave feminism also, and also in the third wave. What is it? We will see. The early feminism, particularly the first wave of women's movement, was deeply influenced by the ideas of values of liberalism. The vindication of rights of women argued that women should be entitled to the same rights and privileges as men on the ground that they are human beings. Okay. So this is nothing but a basic liberal tenet. The second wave feminism also has a significant liberal component. The feminine mystic, the book we discussed, to which Frieden referred, is the cultural myth that women seek security and fulfillment in domestic life, and feminine behavior myth that serves to discourage women from entering employment, politics and public life in general. Okay. So the kind of feminine behavior which actually bars women from entering into employment, politics and public life in general. Okay. All these things they fought for. In 1966, Freedom helped to found and became the first leader of the National Organization of Women, which has developed in a powerful pressure group and largest women's organization in the world. You know, the liberal way of politics is nothing but creating yourself in the pressure group, pressurizing the government so that the state will be a neutral arbiter between different competing group interests. That is how the state has been conceived in a liberal setup. So women started to behave as a pressure group under this organization started by Frieden, and which is nothing but a liberal way of life. That's how they argue, right? Okay. Next one is socialist feminism. Socialist feminism comes from, again, Friedrich Engels' writing, where they would have said about how property, the patriarchal society is the basic reason for women oppression. So most of the socialists started to claim that the women were oppressed because of the private property that was held by the men. Most of the places, all the property were owned by the men and the property ownership was denied to the female. So the women argued, as long as the men were allowed to own property and as long as the women were denied from owning property, the oppression cannot stop. So the root of the oppression is there in the private property, the way by which the private property is owned, claimed the women. So they said that just the transfer of property from the male to the female will not solve the problem, because the property that is owned by the male, because in a patriarchal society, is more valuable than a property made by the female. Patriarchal society is like that. So the socialist feminists, most of the socialist feminists wanted to abolish the private property itself, like how a socialist will generally have. So they said that only with the advent of this private property, because of this private property, the oppression is there, so completely abolish the private property and everything you commonly own, like how a socialism. So only the birth of the socialism, real women emancipation is possible. You understood? Because women has been kept dependent on the male because of the property that they own. Okay. So the problem will not be solved once you take the property out of the male and you give equal property rights to the women. That is there in India also, but has the problem has been solved? No, the problem has not been solved. Okay. various other reasons, but we will subvert. We would say, no, during the marriage I gave you 100 gold, 100 kg gold or something as dowry, so I will not give equal property rights. That is there, correct? So even though the law is there, generally in a patriarchal society, women generally don't get equal property rights. Okay, somewhere or other, the patriarchal society finds a way to women to negate women the equal property rights. So that is the reason the socialist feminists say, let's forget everything, let's abolish the total private property in itself, so that let's commonly own all the property, so that the oppression will end. Okay, that's the idea of socialist feminism. Not all socialist feminists will accept this, but 90% of the socialist feminists will go with this. Okay, socialist feminism became prominent in the second half of the 20th century. Socialist feminists argued that the relationship between the sexes is rooted in the social and economic structure itself. Okay, the social and economic structure, the way by which the social economy is interlinked, actually determines the relation between the sexes, and nothing short of profound social change, some would say a social revolution, can offer women the prospect of genuine emancipation. So you need a social revolution, right? Some even believed private property and ownership of property by men is the major reason for women oppression, and even suggested that only in a socialist society where there is no private property, the women can live a peaceful life. Okay, even Karl Marx would have dealt the question. Okay, all of you would have heard about communism of wives of Plato. Okay, if you have not read about that, we will come to that very soon. Okay, so when Karl Marx gave his theory of Communist Manifesto, there was a lot of criticism of Karl Marx, where they said Marx is also trying to create a common ownership of wives. Okay, that was an allegation that was put to Karl Marx when his book called Communist Manifesto came. In the second edition of Communist Manifesto, Marx answers the question in his preface and also as a footnote. Marx says, only in a capitalist bourgeoisie society, the women is being insulted. Okay, for their own property, maybe for their own private gains, the capitalist is doing this. But in a socialist society, the women will not be insulted, and we are only speaking about common ownership of property, which will liberate women never before, says Marx. Okay, so only in a common ownership of property, the real liberation of women would come, claimed Marx in Communist Manifesto. Okay, based on this notion, the socialist feminism will come into being. Okay, so they literally try to say the institution of private property is the basic reason behind women oppression. Okay. Online students also, any doubts, immediately speak with me, then and there ask me. Okay. Radical feminism. So, as we discussed, again, this is a product of second wave feminism. Okay, it's a product of second wave feminism. Radical feminism became extremely famous, so that radical feminism became extremely synonymous with second wave feminism. Second wave feminism means radical feminism, that is how people say. And from the radical feminism, there is a new offshoot which came in the later 1970s, which called itself as cultural feminism. We will also see that. So what is this radical feminism? Radical feminism, for the very first time, tried to describe the society as patriarchal in nature. Okay, that is one thing. They found many radical way by which the society should be abolished. So that, they won't say the society should be abolished, the patriarchal nature of the society should be abolished, so that the real emancipation of women happens in the society. That's the notion of radical feminist. This is where the cultural feminists differ from the radical feminists. The cultural feminists do not want the total patriarchal nature of the society to be abolished. They accept the society's patriarchal nature, but they wanted more roles for women in such a way that the women with us dominate the society. We will see how. Okay, they said that if women with us dominate the society, then the society will be more ordered than the society how it is today. Today we see a lot of war in the society, we see a lot of unrest in the society because of the domination of male ethos. Okay, so the cultural feminists said if there is a domination of women ethos in the society will be ordered differently. You understood? So this is where the radical feminists and the cultural feminists differed. So the radical feminists wanted the society, the complete patriarchal setup should be abolished. Okay, whereas the cultural feminists said that give more roles to women in the society in such a way that the society is reordered. Society is reordered based on women ethos. Understood? Right, we will see. So during the 1960s and 70s, however, the feminist movement sought to uncover the influence of patriarchy not only in politics, public life and the economy, but in all aspects of social, personal and sexual existence. This trend was evident in pioneering work of Simone de Beauvoir and developed by early radical feminists such as Eva Figes and Germaine Greer. Figes' patriarchal attitudes drew attention not to the more familial legal or social disadvantage suffered by women, but to the fact that patriarchal values and beliefs pervade the culture, philosophy, morality and religion of the society. Okay, so I have already told you, it is the male values, the patriarchal values that actually dominated the total philosophy, the total morality, total culture, religion of the society. We know, you see John Locke's writing. Okay, what he would have said? Equal men. The word men would have been used. Nowhere men and women would have been used. See, when John Locke justifies to the nature of the women. You would say in personal sphere, the men have to accept the male's dictates because of the biology of the female, said John Locke. Take all philosophies, whether it's Arthashastra or Plato or Aristotle. So this is how the radical feminists claimed. All philosophies had a little bit of towards the male ethos, the words they used. All the so-called liberal writings, everything only use the word male, men. Does not use the word female, mean women. Equal men, all rights for equal women, all rights for equal men. That was the term that was used. So they say patriarchal values and beliefs pervade the culture, philosophy, morality and religion of society. In all walks of life, learning, women are portrayed as inferior and subordinate to men, a stereotype of femininity being imposed upon women by men. Okay, the concept of femininity. Right. In the female eunuch, Greer suggested that women are conditioned to be a passive sexual role which has repressed their true sexuality as well as the more active and adventurous side of their personalities. So they are only confined to certain sexual roles. Right. She is one of the most famous figures when it comes to radical feminism, Kate Millett, and the book is Sexual Politics. Very, very famous figure. If any question for radical feminism comes, don't forget to include her name, Kate Millett, because most of the time the key will not be given to the person who corrects the paper. Okay, it only an expert would be called for correct the PSIR paper. Generally for any optionals, most of the time keys will not be, the expert will be correcting. Whoever the expert comes, even if the person is very good in radical feminism or not, they would have read Kate Millett. Okay, because she is a very, very famous figure with respect to how in fascism, when you speak about fascism, we cannot write without Mussolini. Similarly, when it comes to radical feminism, you cannot write without Kate Millett. Okay, remember her name. Okay, Kate Millett and the Canadian author Shulamit Firestone developed a systemic theory of sexual oppression that clearly stood apart from established liberal and socialist traditions and created a distinctive radical feminism. So there are many people who contributed to radical feminism, but most important person is this Kate Millett. The central feature of radical feminism is the belief that sexual oppression is the most fundamental feature of the society and that other forms of injustice class exploitation, racial hatred, so on are merely secondary. Okay. Which is the fundamental oppression? That is sexual oppression. The way by which the male gender opposes the female gender in all the ways, in all the relationships. Okay. The domination of the male gender, the male ethos, that is what the most important thing for Kate Millett in the society. The way by which they have been oppressed. Okay. And how the others see the class oppression and all the other oppression for them is secondary. Okay. What is the base? The sexual oppression, the gender oppression. You have to see this how Marx has said. How Marx would have said, this is the economic base. For them, what is the base? The sexual oppression, the gender division, the oppression based on gender. That is the base for these people. Okay. Just to understand. If you understand this way, you will understand it better. For Marx, is the economic base. For the radical feminist, Kate Millett, it is actually the gender oppression. That is the base. For Marx, it is nothing but the class oppression. That is the base. So all of this is superstructure. For these people, what is the base? Not the class oppression, but the gender oppression. That creates a society. That creates a society, said Kate Millett. Gender is thought to be the deepest social cleavage and the most politically significant, more important, for example, than social class, race or nation. Okay, this is not nation that matters, not race that matters, not class that matters. What is the most important social division according to Kate Millett? It is the gender. But people forget. We only speak about male ethos. All the philosophies, everything is taken by the male, written for male. They only denote male. See, for example, there is no simple terminology which includes both men and women in single line. Right? You cannot denote. Most of the time, even in letters, I will always say my students, address sir or madam. Okay, this is something that we have to learn. For example, if you are addressing someone who do not know, for example, you are addressing a transport manager. The general tendency is to the transport manager, we will put sir. General tendency, most of the people, at least 80% of the people will do. But you never know the person is a madam also. Common thing is put sir or madam. We will forget, most of the time we will forget it. Even though most of the time we write a letter, we will forget it. That is how we have been brought in. Right? That is the way we are brought about. Right? So, gender is the most important social cleavage. Radical feminists have therefore insisted that society be understood and described as patriarchal to highlight the central role of sex oppression, just as socialists use the term capitalist to draw attention to the significance of economic exploitation. Okay. Patriarchy thus refers to a systematic, institutionalized and pervasive process of gender oppression. Okay. In sexual politics, Millett described patriarchy as a social constant running through all political, social and economic structures. It is a social constant. It runs through all social, political and economic structures found in every historical and contemporary society as well as in all major religions, claimed Kate Millett. Okay. Radical feminism believes that the oppression of women goes so deep that it will take a significant overhaul of the existing society to make the world more fair to women. Understood? So the world has to be more fair, made more fair to women. The total society has to be changed. That's the opinion of radical feminists. This is where the cultural feminists were against. All other things the radical feminists were with the cultural feminists. I mean the cultural feminists supported the radical feminists. This is where they were against. So a new movement of cultural feminism offshooted from the radical feminism. Okay. Cultural feminism. Question has not come on cultural feminism, but it's very, 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 very important. Anytime it can come. Even when ecofeminism came, we did not expect ecofeminism to come in 2017. So ideally, I thought either this cultural feminism or even socialist feminism would come. But suddenly they asked ecofeminism. Okay, that is how UPSC would do. But this is more important concept than ecofeminism. Right? Cultural feminism refers to a philosophy that men and women have different approaches to the world around them. Okay, men and women have different approaches to the world around them, and that greater value should be placed on the way women approach the world. Okay, that is what they say. So there is something called as a women ethos. Women, the way was women way of life. Okay, so they approach it a little bit differently. So they wanted more roles to the women in such a way that the world gets reorganized based on the way by which women approach the world. Okay, so they don't want the way by which how the radical feminists say the complete overall the total society. They don't want that to happen. They only want the world to change based on the women approach, women way of life. Right? In some cases, cultural feminism argues that women's way of looking at the world is actually superior to men's. Okay? The way by which women look at the world is better than the way by which men look at the world. This perspective aims to unite all women regardless of ethnicity, race, class or age. So, the racism, nothing exists in cultural feminism. Whatever the culture you belong to, but the culture of the women is superior to the culture of the men. That is the reason it is called as cultural feminism. So, the women culture is better than the male culture in whatever society that you are in. So, the society should be organized based on women culture, not based on male culture. Okay. The society is suffering because it is based on male culture, claims cultural feminism. The essence of being a woman is what makes women special and different compared to men according to this view. Okay. This female essence includes a greater emphasis on cooperation, relationships and peace, and also refer to an ethic of care. Okay. The movement is about finding ways to make female essence a more appreciated part of society. So, the essence of the movement is how to make the female essence a more appreciated part of society, and using women's special gifts to contribute positively to the world. So, women are gifted. So, how to use women's gift positively to the world? That is how the cultural feminist thought. So, the belief includes the idea that women in leadership positions would be more likely than men to cultivate a more peaceful, less war-torn world. The world is seeing a lot of war because a lot of men are there in the leadership positions. If the women are there in the leadership position, then probably the world will see lesser wars, claim cultural feminist. Okay. So, everything you read it, at the same time you also develop a critical point and supporting point also. With the critical point I have not given because of lack of time. Okay. For any topic, whether it is a Marxism, liberalism, socialism, fascism. Okay, fascism, little bit of criticism is given, but only liberal criticism is given. I have not given the Marxist criticism of fascism in our syllabus, in our PPTs. Okay, all these things, little bit you read from other books and write it down. Like I have done, 1 or 2 lines. See, always understand the question, not more than 200 words you are going to write. Whatever the question is, 250 words is the maximum. Okay, more than that you are not going to write. So, introduction and conclusion defining itself 50 words will go, 30 words at least it will go. Okay. So, you have to have some answer only for some 150 or 200 words to the maximum. Okay, for every issue. And in that issue you should have at least some 30 words of criticism, because that is how we have to finish it. So, write systematically every question like that. Okay. One point which supports cultural feminism, one critical point of cultural feminism, two supporting point of radical feminism, one critical point of radical feminism. Last year a question has come. Okay, I think it was on liberal view of the state. Okay, what they have asked is how this liberal view of the state is working today. So you have to comment on it. Okay, so this is very simple answer. You will read about the liberal view of the state, but you have to comment on how it is working now. That's it. For that, 2-3 lines, if you have prepared already, when you are reading it, wrote down somewhere in your notes, becomes easier. Immediately write it down, becomes easier, you get good marks. Okay. Whenever you read, debate in your mind and write some critical point, that will be helpful. Right. Okay. Okay, I hope all of you would have understood what is a radical feminism, how radical feminism is different from cultural feminism. Both are very, very important. In radical feminism, they created something called a patriarchal society and the notion of a patriarchal society, and they said the complete overhaul of this patriarchal society is needed for women emancipation, whereas the cultural feminism accepted that patriarchal society logic, but they said complete overhaul is not required. They said the women ethos is much superior to male ethos, so the society should find a way so that women approach, women way of life dominates in the society. That's it. Once it finds, the society will be more peaceful, said the cultural feminist. Okay. So in any culture, women approach, women way of life is better than the male approach and male way of life. Simple logic. Okay. Right. Now ecofeminism. Okay. Its basic theme is that ecological destruction has its origins in patriarchy. Okay. Similarly, very close to cultural feminism. Very, very close to cultural feminism. When you allow male ethos to dominate, then how the male will not know to live along with nature. Okay, they are self-interested people, so they will not live along with nature, but women have the capacity to live along with nature. So the kind of ecological destruction that we are seeing today is because of the domination of male ethos, claims the ecofeminists. Okay, that's a partly truth. You know, when the Chipko movement started, who are the people immediately who came and supported the Chipko movement? Women. Okay, even though the person who started might be a male, but only it was actually the women who supported the Chipko movement. Without women, whether it's a Chipko movement or Narmada Madha Andolan, no movement would have succeeded. The movement which wanted to restore nature. You understood? All these social movements without women would not have succeeded. So ecofeminism is not without its truth, 100%. Okay, women has the capacity to live with nature. That's a basic theme. Ecological destruction has its origin in patriarchy. Nature is under threat not from humankind but from men and institutions of male power. Understood? So the nature is under threat not from the humankind but only from men and the institution of male power. The feminists who adapt an androgynous or sexless view of human nature argue that patriarchy has distorted the instincts and sensibilities of men by divorcing them from private world of nurturing, homemaking and personal relationships. So the sexual division of labor thus inclines men to subordinate both women and nature, seeing themselves as masters of both. So women have the tendency to dominate, subjugate not just women and also nature. Okay, I mean the men has the habit of subjugating. If there is an essential or natural bond between women and nature, the relationship between the men and the nature is quite different. Okay, while women are creatures of nature, men are creatures of culture. Their world is synthetic or man-made, a product of human ingenuity rather than natural creativity. So women are more natural than men. Right. With this I end feminism. See, honestly, in the 1 hour that I have taken, I would not have done justice to the feminism, a broad theory, a broad movement that took place in different strands, different parts of the world, different time periods. Different notions is there attached to feminism, but only based on the previous year questions I have summed up. Okay, PSIR syllabus and the previous year question. Okay, few things we have discussed which has not come in the previous years, but also very, very important like cultural feminism and other things. Okay, but I ideally say don't confine. For Marxism I would say my PPT is more than enough. Okay, for certain things I would say this my PPT is enough, you read this, you will get good marks. But for feminism, I will always say, you read a little bit more. Okay, read a little bit more. You should have a little bit more knowledge about feminism because it will be helpful not just for PSIR, also for your GS. Okay. Any doubt, ask me now. Online students.
Sir, only mainly ecological destruction or only, I do not understand.
See, the point it says is the male, the female has the tendency to live with nature. Okay, has a tendency. The male has a tendency to subjugate not just women, also nature. So, the kind of ecological destruction that we are seeing is because of the kind of subjugation not by the total humankind as it is assumed, but only because of the male ethos and the male way of life, which is culturally determined. The last paragraph says, male are culturally determined and their world is synthetic, not very natural. The world is synthetic and man-made. Okay, and a product of human ingenuity rather than natural creativity. So the women are naturally creative people. Okay, men are like a product of human ingenuity. Human ingenuity. That's how they claim. Okay, so what they say is, so this, if you want to take care of the ecology, again the same as I told you, it is also close to cultural feminism. If you want to take care of the ecology, then who should be guardian of this ecology? Women. Okay, it should not be the male who is the guardian of the ecology that is around you. It should be the women. So, which should dominate the society? The male, the female ethos. Only if the female ethos dominate, the female becomes the guardian of the society, then your ecology will be taken care of. This is called as ecofeminism. Understood? So, if you want to take care of the environment, then going towards the female, the women of the environment is very important. Because women knows to take care of the environment better. Whatever they do, they worry about the environment, the ecology that is around you. Okay, even a small thing they do. The men do not worry about it. For them, they are more self-interested. They are most culturally bound. They do whatever they want for their own self-interest. But women generally do not do. They think about the environment, the ecology is around them. So, if you want to take care of the ecology, you want to build a better environment around you, then the guardian should be the women. You understood? Simple logic. Okay. Right, guys. So, any doubt in this? Any other doubt? Right. Now, what we will do is, now we will go to the theories of state. I have not brought PPTs for that because I didn't plan that I will finish it earlier. So, I have planned it, finish it earlier. No problem. We will go with it without PPTs also. Next class when I come, I will give you PPT. Right. Okay. In your syllabus, regarding the theories of state, okay, only few theories are there. One is we have liberal conception of state, liberal theories of state. Then we have neoliberal theories of state. Then we have pluralistic conception of state. We have Marxist conception of state. We have post-colonial conception of state, and we have feminist conception of state. Last year, feminist critique of state was asked. Nothing but feminist construction of state. We will see. Okay. So everything the feminism is very important. Whether it's rights, again, a simple question. Always the question is how the concept of rights become antagonistic to the women viewpoint, the feminist viewpoint. Okay, this is a simple question always used to be asked. Okay, so everything we will see when it comes to rights, again we will discuss feminism. Okay, that is the reason I have taken ideologies first. Okay, so now as usual we go back to the political theory. Now we will discuss state, then from state we will go to liberty, equality, then justice, then rights. All these things we will go. But everywhere we will discuss about the liberal point of view, the Marxist point of view, the socialist point of view, the feminist point of view. And in some cases we will discuss the communitarian point of view, which as an ideology I have not taken. Communitarian ideology as an ideology I have not taken, but when I come to justice, the communitarian notion of justice I will take it. There I will tell you what is communitarianism. Okay, wantedly I have not taken communitarianism because it's a waste of time. Okay, again I am going to repeat the same thing where what Alastair McIntyre said in justice. I understood how the syllabus is given. So what I have done is I have taken political ideologies for you, and from now on I will take state, justice, rights, liberty and equality and all the political theory concepts, and every concept I will discuss about how liberals saw state, how socialists saw state, how Marxists saw state, liberals saw justice, socialists saw justice, liberals saw rights, socialists saw rights, everything, every topic I will see. Marxist concept of freedom, 1 year question has come. Okay, what is the notion of Karl Marx of freedom? Okay, this we will be ideally discussing freedom. When liberty comes, we will be discussing it. You understood? So all these things we will see one by one from now on, guys. Any doubts? This is how the syllabus has been done. That is how I have organized. As I already told you in the very first class, that different ways of taking. Most people will start with Western political thought, and after Western political thought, they will come to that is how most PSIR faculties will take. Most they will start with Western political thought, and from Western political thought, they will come to theories of state, and finally they come to ideology. But always in the past 10 years, I am taking it the other way around. Okay, the reason is I think this is a more logical way. So first I will take political ideologies, and then I will take political theory, and last I will go to Western political thought. That is how I have taken all these years. Right. So similarly we will proceed. So political ideology is over. Now we will go to the theories of state, justice, rights and everything one by one. The first theory what we are going to discuss is a liberal conception of state. Liberal conception of state. Okay. Okay, guys. Since we have discussed about liberalism extensively as of now, okay, extensively we have discussed liberalism, I think it becomes easier for us to discuss liberal conception of state. I think already since you have answered, 31 people have answered the question on liberalism, okay, in the question paper, I think now you will also answer me now, okay. What is the liberal conception of state? How liberals conceive state? Anyone? See, how to answer this question? I will give you a small clue also. First, you have to think about the definition of state. Okay, how state is being defined. Okay, then you have to go to the liberal ideology. What is liberal ideology? Immediately, two things you have to think about, even though you don't know this answer. So, what is the general definition of state? Always remember this. Always remember this. Whatever that you are reading in political theory, is defined from the liberal point of view. The definition of state, the definition of sovereignty, the definition of liberty, definition of equality, definition of justice, definition of rights, everything that is there in your political theory book is being defined from the liberal point of view. Okay, the domination of liberals in political philosophy, like how there is a domination of male in society, similarly there is a domination of liberals in political philosophy. Okay, as a Marxist I always worry about it. Okay, why? Everything will be defined from the liberal point of view. Ideally most of the definition will be wrong. See, what is economics? Define economics, they will say the scarcity is a typical liberal concept. Wantedly, when I took economics, say I am also an MA economics, when I took economics, I wantedly changed the definition. I removed the word scarcity. One person stood up and said, sir, this definition is wrong. I said, how? He said, sir, economics definition should always think about the concept of scarcity. The economics comes into place only because of the scarcity of natural resources. I said, this is completely wrong. This is the liberal point of view of understanding a scarcity. Marx has said, the concept of scarcity is defined from one historical period to another historical period based on the dominant class. If the dominant class wants certain property to be privately owned, they will create a concept of scarcity. And they would say, just because there is a scarcity, we are bringing these changes. What is going to help? It is going to help only the dominant class, no one else, claimed Marx. So I wantedly removed the term scarcity from the definition of economics, and finally nothing happened. Now I also included, that's a different story. Okay, so why I am telling you this is just to make you understand that what whatever the definition that you read in political or any philosophies, it is a liberal point of view. So, liberal conception of state. There are three different conception, and one is a typical definition of state. Now, anyone can tell me the definition of state? If you tell me the definition of state, then it becomes a liberal conception of state. One point of view of a liberal conception of state, at least. Anyone? Please, online students also, if you want to interact for this particular question, you can immediately answer me. I am waiting. Simple. What is the state? State is a political organization. Put it this way. State is a political organization. Correct? And what is the role of the political organization, the particular role of the political organization? To rule a particular territory and the people inside the territory. That is how we can define a state. What is a state? It's a kind of a political organization by the people, one person or a group of people, whoever it is. If it is a one person, then we have to say about a Taliban state, okay, where it's about a one or few people, not by all the people. The political organization is started, okay. They control the total region, a territory. Just because the Taliban controls the total region, that has become a state. So, there are two angles by which how you see a state. Existence of sovereign, and a sovereign controlling a territory, the territory becomes a state. That is the example of Taliban. Who is the sovereign here? Taliban. Taliban is the sovereign. What is the sovereign? A person who obeys no other person. Sovereign is one person or a group of person who obeys no other person. Who is the sovereign? So, Taliban is a typical example of a group of person who obeys no other person. So, Taliban becomes sovereign. Okay. So, since Taliban controls one territory, that territory has become a state. This is one way. Other way around is, one total territory as a group of political organization, like a democracy, like in India. Okay. Indian territory has created a political organization where as the preamble, we people of India give to ourselves, a kind of a social contract. So, we have created this state called as India. All people are party of the political organization, and after the state has been created, we create a sovereign. Who is the sovereign? As of now, as per the Constitution of India, Indian government is the sovereign, and that Indian government is now being run by one particular party. Okay. So, here in a democratic setup, state comes first, then comes a sovereign. In a monarchic setup or in an authoritative setup, sovereign comes first, then comes the state. Okay. This is for you in simple knowledge. Okay. How a Taliban created a state in case of Afghanistan, whereas how India created a sovereign, Indian people of India, all of us created a sovereign in a particular government. Understood? Simple logic, how to understand state and sovereignty. So, what is a state? State is a typical political organization of all the people in a territory. Okay. State, it is a typical political organization of all the people in a territory, okay, which is represented by rules, laws and regulations of the particular territory. Okay, this is one simple conception of liberal conception of state. So, what is the first conception? The political organization, please write it down, political organization of the people in a territory which is represented by laws, rules and regulations of the territory and people concerned. Very important definition. Very important way by which liberals conceive state. Okay, that is how they have conceived state. Any other way by which they conceive state also? A liberal conception of state. Think. For example, you can also take our Indian constitution. Anyway, this part I will be taking tomorrow only. Tomorrow I will be taking about preamble. But today I am asking the same question. Ideally, assuming that already you would have read about India's preamble, or already someone would have taken it. Okay, in GS. I am asking this question. So consider, assuming that in mind, what is the typical liberal conception of state that is expressed in Indian constitution? In the preamble itself it is expressed. Okay, the typical liberal constitution, what is it? Tell me. Think India's preamble if you want to, or fundamental rights if you want to. Okay, if already fundamental rights be taken to you. Okay, anyway I have not taken fundamental rights, I will take only tomorrow. Tomorrow I don't think so I could. If I could, I will take it, or next class I will take fundamental rights. Okay, but imagine that fundamental rights, India's preamble answer this question. This is one liberal conception of state. What is the other way by which liberals conceive of state, which found its expression is in India's preamble? See, be active guys. 3.5 hours I am speaking, you are only listening. But actually I am a little bit more active than most of you here. Actually, when 4 o'clock itself, most were looking extremely dozy. I don't know the reason. Okay. Because India lost to Pakistan. See, India lost in semi-finals, is it? That is the reason you are very sad. Is it? So actually, I was very sad yesterday when India lost the semi-finals. That's a different story, but you have to come out of all these things. It's very natural, guys. Right? What else? Answer my question. Answer my question. Come out of this soberness. Answer simple question. Imagine India's fundamental rights or India's preamble. There you have the clue of another way of understanding liberal conception of state. What it is? Anyone? Even yes, please.
Principle actually only belongs to state, but fundamentally it is an individual.
Okay, fundamental is individual rights. Very good.
Narrative principle is with regard to
how the state should be run.
Part 14 which says.
Okay, I want the relationship, the liberal conception. What you say is right. It regards to the state. Yes, please. You want to answer something? No. You raised your hand. You didn't. Okay. Think guys. Think a little bit. See how the liberals view state. Simple logic. Liberals believe in freedom. Correct. If you see the liberal movement, why the state has been created? To ensure freedom. So, the liberal conception of state is, a state is extremely required to ensure more freedom to the individual. So, the freedom of the individual will not be compromised at any case for any conception of common good. That's another conception that you see in India's fundamental rights. Okay. Not for all things India's fundamental rights. That is the reason they are given fundamental rights in the constitution itself. You cannot abrogate fundamental rights just like that. Even in emergencies, certain rights cannot be abolished. Correct? It is fundamental to every human being. That is the liberal way of life. That is there in Indian constitution. So anything can happen, but certain liberties, certain freedoms that you enjoy as a human being cannot be taken away from you, says Indian constitution. Even in the case of exigencies or exigencies, even in certain highly precarious such kind of situation, emergency situations, even then there are certain rights that an individual has. Individual freedom cannot be compromised. See, this is completely drastically different from the earlier conception of state, how the conservatives saw, how the idealists saw. Hegel said, state is the march of God on earth. State is the march of God on earth, said Hegel, an idealist philosopher. He said, which was such a perfect institution. Which is the perfect institution? State. So everyone must obey state. If you obey state, your life will be happy in a typical idealistic philosophy. But liberals will not say such a kind of elogizing state. They would say state is there to ensure more freedom to the individual. Okay, it is not a great institution, but it is a superior institution of all the other institutions. Accepted. Superior institution, but it is not a great institution like a god. Don't elogize it. If the person who runs the state does a mistake, even John Locke has said, what he has said? The right to revolt. Who has the right to revolt? Individuals. Understood? So we reserve the right to revolt. Thomas Hobbes says, we reserve the right of self-preservation. Okay. So that is how liberals have conceived. The state is there for doing good to us. But if the state is not doing good to us, then you can revolt against the state. You understood? That is the liberal concept. It is not a godlike institution. That is not like how idealist has painted. March of God on earth. No. It's a kind of a contractual institution. It has come out of contract. Contractual institution. You understood? Our preamble, what it says, we, the people of India, give it to ourselves. Correct? So it's nothing but a contract. We, the people of India, give it to ourselves. It shows that as a contract, we give ourselves these things. And other principles like liberty, equality, everything comes there. You understood? So, a liberal conception of state is contractual in nature. It is a mechanical in nature. It is not a natural institution. Write it down. Always write it down. Whenever I speak certain things, because I have not come with the PPT, write it down. Okay. Okay. So, it is contractual in nature. And mechanical in nature, which is a liberal state. It is not a natural institution. Which is not a natural institution? State. Now compare. Who considers state as a natural institution? Anyone? Who considers state as a natural institution? Just now we saw, guys. Conservatives. State for them is a state or leadership, is a natural institution for them. It is evolved out of a process as an organic whole. Correct? Organically developed. So since the conservatists and the idealists saw state developed organically in a society, it gives some kind of a absolute subjugation to it. Obligation. Okay. Authority is absolute. The state's authority is absolute. Because it is a natural institution. Because it is an organic institution. But the liberals will not conceive a state as organic. They will not do it. You understand? The liberals will not do it. For them it's contractual nature. All of us, for our own happier well-being, thought that we need one institution. Okay. Which will take care of our public lives. Okay. So, for example, if I am trying to take his freedom, or all five of you are trying to take my freedom, okay, there should be some authority above us which stops such activities, so that equal freedom is enjoyed by all the people. So hence, state exists. State exists to give equal freedom to everyone. You understood? Why state exists here? To give equal freedom. So, if I am trying to take your freedom or you are trying to take my freedom, there is no state, there is no contract between us, then what will happen? Might becomes right. The person who is mightier, The person who have formed a group of 5 people, 10 people becomes stronger, and the strong can oppress the weak. Correct? So that should not happen. The strong should not oppress the weak. Even the weak has the same moral worth, foundational equality. They also understand, just because they are weak, like how the fascists believed, the weak do not live, they cannot live in this world. The world is only for the strongest, according to the fascists, correct? But for liberals it is not like that. For liberals it is not like that. So they said we need a contract, a contractual institution, a mechanical institution, the institution which we have created. For whom? To secure maximum liberty for every one of us and equal liberty for every one of us. Not just maximum liberty, equal liberty. Understood? Equal liberty. So, your liberty you need not compromise for my liberty. Oh, sir wants to be happy, so I'll suffer myself. No. All are equal. That is how the state is being constructed. Indian Constitution, what it says? Equality. Article 14, 15, 16. Correct? So, there cannot be any discrimination based on sex, language. All these things anyway we will see tomorrow. But I am telling you. Okay. Sex, creed, ethnicity, no kind of discrimination. All countries, because this is the typical liberal understanding of society. Did you understand? Typical liberal understanding of society. What is this? Well, equal freedom. A state is a mechanical or contractual institution which tries to ensure equal freedom, maximum freedom and equal freedom to all of you. That is what the role of the state is. You understood? So, state is a political organization by us. We have created the political organization. Okay. It's a contractual organization. This is not a natural institution like how a conservative think, like how a fascist think, or how idealists think. Or it is not a glorified institution, how Hegel said, march of God on earth. No. It is one among the other institutions. Anyway, you will see the pluralistic concept a little bit later. In that we will discuss in little bit deeper. Okay, how the one among other works. Okay, like that is how the liberal see state, guys. Okay, the two ways we have understood. There is also another way by which the liberal see state, which is the essence of liberal way of politics, which again we have discussed in the very first class. Very first class. Could anyone? 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 What is the other conception of state, which is nothing but the essence of politics, liberal way of politics? Many times I have told this in class, guys. All want to sleep. Answer me. Online students also, if you want, please answer me. Sometimes if PPT is not there, I am free to take in my own way. If PPT is there, I am restrained to the PPT. It becomes easier for to take class if PPT is not there. But for you, it's tougher to listen. For me, it's easier to take class because my flow will not be disturbed. But for you, it becomes tougher because you have to note every single point which I am telling you. Okay. Anyway, I will come with PPT, no problem, because you matters, not me matters. The only thing is you have to get good marks. Okay, I can take anyway. Right. Tell me, think a little bit and tell me how the liberals viewed politics. Okay, I will tell you. How the liberals saw? Liberals saw that there can be different ways or different viewpoints of particular issue. Okay, you can have one way of understanding, but there should be one platform which acts as an arbiter between different competing interests. And what is the platform? State. State is a neutral arbiter between different competing interests. Okay. For example, you are a group of people. For example, even latest example you will see. I think if you are following, if you are not following, I will tell you the latest current example of guest lecturers. Okay. So guest lecturers are fighting in Tamil Nadu for, they say that 10 years we are working as guest lecturers in colleges. So you have to permanent our jobs without any interview or without any exam, because we are working 10 years as a contractual labor. This is the viewpoint of the guest lecturers. They are also protesting in streets. Okay, and simultaneously the private college faculties, they are also protesting in streets, saying that the guest lecturers, maybe they might be working for 10 years as a guest lecturer, but how they got appointed? Point number one, without any interview. Okay, based on caste and other things, based on, because the supervisor is their supervisor, they got appointed guest lecturer. So you have to keep a common entrance exam or a common interview, so that private college faculties can also enter the government college. So they also fight in the streets. Competing group interest, competing interest for the same post, same thing. What is the post? How to give, fill the vacancies of assistant professors that is there in government colleges. You understood? That is the issue. For this issue, 2 group or 3 group, that's also another group that is also fighting in street. That group says the guest lecturers don't give them, also don't give exam. Both we don't want. We want the earlier system which is based on seniority. There's another group, they are also fighting in streets. But issue is only one thing. What is the issue? How to fill the vacancy of assistant professors in Tamil Nadu colleges. Okay, there are different group interests. Once the education minister came with one idea, then one group stopped, now another group started fighting. Okay, then the educational minister came with another idea, then he said, the other 2 groups are fighting now. Now Tamil Nadu government has their work cut out to how to find a neutral path between all the fighting groups. Already one government order, GO was passed, GO 246, 247, 2 GOs were passed, and the people again fought on streets. Yesterday education minister Ponmudi came and said, we are planning differently, the new GO will come. Okay, probably awaiting the new GO. You understood? So state is a neutral arbiter between different group interests, different interests, that's it. For the same issue, different people will have different points of view. You will say one thing, you will say something. But what is the work of the liberal state? The liberal state has to be neutral. It should not take the point of view of the lecturers or guest lecturers or the private college faculties or the third group who are fighting. It should be neutral enough. It should check which is good for all the fighting groups, which is good for the future education, because this is the education system. You cannot tinker with the education system, because sometimes all the 3 people's ideas might be fallible. That is not good for the future of the public. See, these people are going to be elected for the assistant professors who are going to teach or create next generation. Correct? So the government should also keep that in mind before passing a GO. Not just the fighting guest lecturers or the fighting these people or the 3 group of people. Correct? So government is a neutral arbiter. Neutrality in essence, but between all group interests, all interest that is there. This is another point of view, guys. Okay, write it down. Government is a state. I would say state. State is a neutral arbiter between competing interests. This we will see a little bit better in the pluralist viewpoint very soon. Okay, you understood? So that is how we have to see state. So now, right now, we have summed up some basic understanding of state. A liberal conception of states. What are the basic conception of liberal conception of state? One is, state is a political organization. Okay, state is a political organization which is represented by the rules, laws and regulations of the country. That is what state is. Another viewpoint is, state is a contractual institution to give freedom, equal freedom to all the people. So the liberty of the people will not be compromised for any concept of common good. You understood? That is the another conception of liberal conception of state. So only the liberty will be compromised for what reason? The liberty of one person will be compromised to secure liberty to another person. That's it. Because you have to ensure equal liberty. Okay. That is another conception of state. Inside this conception, the conception of equality of opportunity automatically is there. That is what the liberal state is all about. The liberal state always believes in giving equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome, guys. Equality of opportunity. Okay. So the state will ensure equal opportunity every one of you. Indian Constitution, Article 15. Okay. What it says? Even in case of employment, equal opportunity. But in case of least advantaged, the liberal state is ready to create certain procedural changes to cater to the needs of least advantaged. What is there in Article 15? We have reservations, isn't it? How John Laws have said, to cater to the needs of the least advantaged, certain procedural changes can be made in the liberal state. That is the reason I would say India is a typical liberal constitution. Typical liberal constitution. Okay. I already told you this. Even though it has certain features of socialism in it, but India is a typical liberal constitution, where fundamental rights is there, the concept of contract is there very much in the preamble. Okay. India is a typical liberal constitution. Right. So this is how the different concepts, the liberal conception of state, the state which gives equal opportunity. Also write it down. State ensures equality of opportunity to all its citizens. Okay. But is ready to make procedural changes just to the benefit of whom? Benefit of least advantaged. That is what we call reservations in India. Correct? This is the theory of John Rawls. We will see later. Least advantaged. This is a typical liberal conception of state, guys. Typical liberal conception of state. A state that tries to ensure equal freedom to everyone. The tries to not to compromise our liberty to any question of common good. The state will try to ensure equality opportunity to everyone. The state for the least advantage is ready to make any procedural changes. A typical liberal conception of state. Understood? Okay. Any doubt in this case? The liberal conception is not over yet, but half of it we have done. Okay. Any doubt in this liberal conception of state? Always remember this. I have not taken anything new. Now I am not going to take anything new. Okay. Already these things have discussed in liberalism. A little bit, but only thing is you have to write it newly. We have to discuss it newly. Okay. See, from here on, whatever that we are going to discuss about equality of opportunity, or rights, or justice, or the entitlement. Last year there was a question on entitlement theory on justice. Whatever, everything we have already discussed. But I would have said in one line. Now I will be expanding it for some 15 minutes or 20 minutes. That is on exam also you have to do it. Okay. The same thing will come in the political science becomes very, very easy because there is only 5-6 topics. If you read political ideologies, I will bet you can answer all questions very easily. Little bit of thinking has to be done, that's it. Little bit of thinking. That is the reason I would say, now itself you create some, for example, definitions for all the things, write it down. Quotes for all the things, write it down. Pictography, all the things, create it down. Create all these things and go to exam. Believe me, you will get more than 300. Trust me. Okay. Small things you do. Political science, because most of the people get only 250, 216 political science and they claim the question paper is tougher or the political subject is tougher, I would say is the way by which you approach it. If you go with certain things already, the subject is very easy in essence that the same thing will repeat and again. You will understand it. Now I am saying the same thing what I already told you. And similarly with Marxist conception of state and the pluralist conception of state or the neoliberal conception of state, everything I will be telling the same thing again and again. Or the concept of polyarchy, again that I have discussed in the group interest, I will different names. Small changes will happen, that's it. Other thing, the core is the same with political science. Okay, right. Now we will go to the next intertwined concept of state, the role of the state in a liberal setup. Role of the state in the liberal setup. The typical liberal, as we know, we had three liberal movements inside liberalism. One is classical liberalism, another one is positive liberalism, another one is what we call as a contemporary liberalism or neoliberalism, as we call it. Correct? Three movements inside liberalism, as we already knew. Right? But here we will see it a little bit differently. For example, liberal conception of state, we will see only classical liberalism and positive liberalism. Neoliberalism, we have a separate neoliberal conception of state where the conception itself is different. Okay. So it speaks about some Leviathan concept of state, which I will take tomorrow. Time will not permit us today. Right? Which I will take tomorrow. Right? Neoliberal conception of state. So the role of the state, we will discuss only about three roles of the state. One is minimal state, another one is interventionist state, interventionist IST, okay. Another one is welfare state. I have to improve handwriting if this is the case. But definitely you have to improve handwriting because you are going to write the exam. Right? The three states, role of the state. Already these things we have discussed. What is the minimal state, guys? Also called as, minimal state is also called as? Someone said laissez-faire state. Okay, that is one way. Another way, okay, I will also put this laissez-faire state or very good, be quiet state, both are same almost. Be quiet state or someone else, only one thing is missing, Polish state. Okay. All these things are minimal states, guys. Role of the state. This is a product of classical liberalism, as all of you know. Classical liberalism. Okay. What is this minimal state? The state is better when it governs less. Don't govern too much. Less governance. Less governance. Whatever the private people in the private capacity can do, let them do it. The state should be quiet in this. Be quiet. Only in those things where people cannot satisfy themselves in the private capacity, this is where the state should interfere. So what is that? Be quiet, Polish state. Simple. Do only law and order. That's it. Be a policeman. Night watchman state. Another term. Night watchman state. Whatever it is, everything is the night watchman. Same thing, guys. Everything is the same. Night watchman state. Be like a night watchman. What a night watchman does? Okay. He will roam around, keep vigilance. He will not disturb your sleep. Will do nothing. But if someone comes and disturbs your sleep, then he will wake up. That's it. They will also alert you. Someone is trying to disturb you. Then the other process take place. That is what the role of the state is. If the people are doing themselves happily, sleeping, you be quiet, the state do nothing. State do nothing. If there is a problem that comes because of another person, then the state has a role to do. Now be a night watchman, alert the person, alert this person, and be a neutral arbiter. That's it. A night watchman state, be a police state. In economic affairs, be quiet. The state should not interfere in any of the economic activity. Laissez-faire state, as one person has said. Laissez-faire state. Okay, be quiet state. Okay, this is the classical liberal concept of state, guys. And then comes another version which is in the middle between the classical liberal and minimal state concept, that is the welfare state concept, the interventionist state. A little bit more, where they say not just for police or not just for night watchmen, even the other things where the people require some kind of intervention. Okay, even if it is the economic sphere, a little bit of intervention. For example, if you have to bail out someone, because bailing out one point of industry is going to help many people, then you can do it. It's a kind of an interventionist state. Here, the state should not subsume all the welfare activities of all the people, like giving public distributive system, by securing food security to all the people. All these things is not the role of the state, because to do this you have to tax a lot. If you are taxing a lot, what happens? The people's hard-earned money that they were hard-earned because of their merit and their faculties is being given for the common good. A liberal mindset cannot accept it. They cannot accept it. Because this is my meritorious, my faculty, with my faculty, my talents, I have earned this money. Little bit that can be taxed for the welfare of the people. But everything, if that is being taxed, huge amount is being taxed for creating a welfare activities, then a typical classical liberal mindset will not accept it. Okay. So they went for the interventionist state. Only in certain kind of interventions which is required, you intervene, otherwise don't intervene. You be quiet. Interventionist state. Then comes a typical classical, critical positive liberal state. What is called a welfare state, which existed all over the world till 1990s. Now we don't have a welfare state. Even though we do have a lot of welfare activities. Okay, now the philosophy is changing more and more into a neoliberal philosophy, you will see. Okay. What is the welfare state? Simple, you tax rich a lot, do a lot of welfare activities for the benefit of all the people. Okay. Here, state takes the role of a nanny kind of a thing, like a big brother, which has the responsibility of taking care of its subjects as the main goal. The earlier minimal state of the intervention is responsibility not with the state. The responsibility, who has the responsibility? The individual. Here the responsibility is the state also. There the individual has all the responsibilities for your welfare, individual welfare. You have to take care of your welfare. We will not interfere. 100% will not interfere in case of minimal state. Little bit will interfere only in case of exigency, in case of intervention state. But in case of welfare state, the responsibility is both ways. The individual also has to take responsibility of your welfare. The state is also will take the responsibility of your welfare. Because in a positive liberal terminology, the state is conceived as a welfare state where it is believed that the state should be created for the welfare of all the people. That is consent. Okay. So welfare becomes one of the more important notions of creation of the state. Understood? Okay. So this is the welfare state, which associates with positive liberalism, or what we call as modern liberalism. Okay, all these things we already saw. I am only rewriting it. That is how the questions would be. So very easy political science. Okay, it's only thing that you have to read it. That's it. Okay. Any doubts in this case? Again and again revisit what we have discussed. Very simple. In case of role of the state, there is another role of the state, what is called as service state. Generally, you cannot have any service state as such. Okay, Harold J. Lasky viewed something called as a service state. Okay, and that cannot be realized. And some would say that India was a social democratic state. Okay, during the period of Jawaharlal Nehru, also write it down. Why? India was a social democratic state. During the times of Nehru and Indira Gandhi, people would say, okay, because lot of welfare activities were done, import substitution was done, okay. So socialist philosophies were planning, the state took the work of planning on behalf of the people, okay. So that is generally not considered as the work of the state, but the state did it in case of Nehru and Indira Gandhi, effectively. Nowadays the planning commission itself is abolished, that's a different story. Okay. So, but then we did a lot of planning. So, it's a kind of a social democratic state. Okay. So, different kinds of states they would say. Social, I mean, a service state, but all these things generally will not be tested for you. Okay. The more three important roles is minimal state, intervention state, welfare state. Right. So, what these things are, you should know. Minimal state is the be quiet or the laissez-faire state, or the police state or the night watchman state. Intervention state, only in case of exigencies we intervene. Welfare state, where it's completely drastically different from the liberal mindset, where state takes equal responsibility for individual welfare of all its citizens. In case of the earlier states, state do not take any responsibility. It is the individual who is responsible for his own welfare. Here, the state also takes the responsibility of the welfare. That's it. You understood, guys? There are doubt irka? Online students, please ask me if you have any doubts. Okay, there is one question from online students. It is Anaga MK. So, how will online students have written in academy receive the feedback on test? Okay, good question. I will speak with the authorities. If possible, we will have a Zoom meeting. Okay, I will look into it. If possible, we can have a Zoom meeting, or through class we have to have a feedback, or I think 3 or 4 students have written the online test. All the 4 students, if possible, I speak with the authorities, 15 minutes, like how I will go with offline students, 15 minutes, we will go with a Zoom meeting if possible. Okay. Anyway, I have to check with the authorities. Without checking with the authorities, I cannot promise. Okay. We will see the possibility. Okay. If it is there, if they allow me, then we will have a Zoom meeting for all 4 of you, where I will teach you, I will tell you individually your comments. Okay, like how I do with the offline students also. Right. Right, ma. Any other doubts, guys? Already one person is ready to move. Is it? You kept the note inside. Pen now. So all are ready to move. Okay. So okay. If there is no doubt, we will wind up. Thank you. Thank you, students. We will see tomorrow. As usual, we will see tomorrow paper 1 section B. Thank you.